I'm Alex Bovey. I'm Executive Dean and Deputy Director of the Courtauld. And it's my very, very great pleasure to welcome you to this event. I'm going to take the opportunity to begin, first of all, by thanking the organizers of the conference, who many of you might already know, Dr. Zoe Dostal, who has been a Crest Fellow here at the Courtauld while she's finished her Columbia PhD. And it's been great having her here. She's worked on a thesis entitled Rope, Linen, Thread, Gender, Labor, and the Textile Industry in 18th Century British Art. And maybe I'll take this moment to warmly congratulate her, not just on finishing her thesis on time, another kind of remarkable feat, but also on securing a 3-year post at Amherst next year. So we're going to miss you, Zoe, but it's great to kind of see you off this way. And her co-organizer, Isabel Bird, who is working on a PhD at Harvard, which focuses on the relationship between art practice and pedagogy in modern and contemporary art. And there's a little bit more information about both of them in the conference materials so that you can see the kind of art and artists that they are concerned with. So as many of you will already know, this is the third event, in fact, of this week, which began with 2 virtual panels in collaboration with the Drawing Foundation. On Monday, there was an online session called Life Drawing After Death, and on Tuesday, Life Model as Laborer and Artist. And both of those will be available online, and I think will be a wonderful complement to the papers today. And I also wanted to really just kind of say a little bit about the Courtauld in life drawing, or maybe even to show you a little bit about the Courtauld and the life drawing, as there are some intersections, not just in terms of what we study here, but also what we do and where we're housed. As most of you probably know, we're here at Vernon Square on a temporary basis while our real home in the North Block of Somerset House undergoes a major transformation. And the first part of this project resulted in the reopened Courtauld Galleries in November 2021. And I think some of us will be able to visit the Prints and Drawings room tomorrow, and the rest of you, I hope, will go. And in fact, if you're interested in drawing, as I'm sure you all are, there's a newly opened show focusing on Henry Moore's drawings in the London Underground during the Blitz. I'm showing you now, and I'll kind of show a kind of wider picture, an image that may actually be familiar to many of you already, which shows the Life Room at the Royal Academy when it was in Somerset House. We occupy the part of the North Block of Somerset House that was purpose-built for the Royal Academy, although it only stayed there for 56 years, from 1850 to the 1830s. And there are many, many images that show what's now our ticket hall in use. Those of you who knew the gallery before the refurbishment will remember that space as the location of our medieval gallery. And now we've added a stair and so forth. But if you are interested in these kind of architectural spaces and the sort of infrastructure of life drawing, then I think it's quite interesting to kind of think through these spaces in Somerset House. And this is a kind of wonderful kind of document showing the casts gazing upon the draftsmen, and they are all men, sitting in their long coats at a very distinctive set of curved benches with these kind of wonderful light sources, the so-called grazing lights that people use to illuminate their subjects to get really strong light and strong shadow. Another Rowlandson image, which is possibly even more celebrated, is his satirical image, which I think investigates and interrogates some of the ethics of life drawing, some of the tensions, some of the power imbalances that I think this group will probably discuss today, and is something that I think all of us who've done some life drawing will be alert to, or who've modeled, or who've observed the results of the life room. At the Royal Academy, the curriculum as it was in the 18th century began in the antique room. You had to learn to draw the casts before you passed your probationer at that stage. And if you passed the probation exam, you were allowed into the life room. And this is what we see in this satirical image. So I think some of the academicians alongside students gawping at the model who is illuminated by the same kind of light source that we saw in the earlier drawing. The benches that were part of the infrastructure of the Life Room at Somerset House were moved to the new Royal Academy in Burlington House, and they're still there in the Life Room, and I think are quite an interesting testament to the longevity of some of these kind of practices and their infrastructures. And here is a kind of wonderful, there's a wonderful set of photographs, in fact, by Marcus Lees, Royal Academician himself, on the RA's website. And so these, I think, are like a kind of relic of the Life Room at Somerset House that persists. This is another kind of rather famous image, one of a pair by Bernie, and some of you might have seen it recently in the Blake show that was at the Fitzwilliam. I think it might even now be in Hamburg, where that show has traveled. This is the Piano Nobile room, where one of the two rooms where the casts were kept at Somerset House. And we, when we were decamping from the kind of gallery spaces in 2017 in anticipation of the refurbishment project, I thought it would be fun and interesting to kind of try to bring these two things together, the kind of Royal Academy practice of life drawing and the Courtauld. And so we got Adrian Dutton, who's a quite well-known drawing instructor and practitioner, and the celebrated life model, Andrew Clayton. If any of you have done life drawing in London, you've probably drawn this almost insanely acrobatic man who is happy to hold an inverted pose for half an hour and so forth. And so we crowded into the old antique room and spent some time drawing. And here's another image, and I think later today, I don't know if Joanna's here yet, but Joanna Woodall, who is the lady in the striped shirt, will be chairing one of the sessions. And she is one of the Courtauld art historians who has a drawing and printmaking practice alongside being an art historian. And I think one of the things that is really wonderful about the event today is that it brings together art history and practitioners and models and artists, as it were, together to have a conversation about life drawing in a way that I think is going to be, I think, very, very stimulating, certainly for me, and I hope for you too. And for me, it's a series of events this week that signals that it's possible for life drawing and art history not to be so much these distinct or successive practices as they've been in the architecture of Somerset House, with artists quite literally, art historians quite literally moving into the life room after the artists have already left, to integrate these practices together and to think together about life drawing as an ancient practice, as a new practice, as a reactionary practice, as a resurgent and radical one as well. So those are my words of welcome and thanks to Zoe and Isabel, and I'm going to hand over to them and thank all the speakers and chairs in advance for your generosity today. Okay, over to you, Zoe, and
welcome, and thank you all so much for being here today. It is such a pleasure to have brought together such a dynamic group of people to discuss life drawing. And Isabel and I just wanted to say a few words about how we came to this topic and why we are all here. So Isabel and I met a few summers ago at the Huntington, where we bonded as art historians in a sea of literature and history scholars. And while Isabel studies modern and contemporary American art, and I work on 18th century British art, we realized that we had, in fact, a common interest in art pedagogy and specifically life drawing.
So welcome all, Isabel. I come to this topic as both a scholar of drawing and its pedagogies and as a practitioner. And so I've become increasingly fascinated by a contrast I've observed between these worlds of theory and practice, and this maybe speaks a bit to what Alex just touched on. In art histories of 20th century modernism and in surveys of art education, life drawing is often summoned as a kind of immediate shorthand for the academic read negatively. It is the outdated and the retrograde, the figurative foil to avant-garde abstraction, the conservative skill to conceptual art's radical de-skilling. And yet, figure drawing classes and sessions and circles and gatherings did not and have not gone away over the last century, as I'm sure many of you know. Life drawing thrives as a communal practice in our current moment, as any glance at your local art school's course catalog or neighborhood events notice board will tell you. I go to an informal life drawing group every Tuesday evening in the US called Life Drawing Boston that has become so popular over the last year it has outgrown its meeting space. There is a sense of community, experimentation, and joy among its participants on these Tuesday nights that feels anything but retrograde. Part of my hope, then, is that today's gathering can offer us a space to take seriously this practice's persistence and popularity as both an artistic process and as a pedagogical technique, while also offering an opportunity to reevaluate its definition and the presumptions around it. Why does life drawing maintain its hold on us? How have certain environments of life drawing, past and present, resisted the practice's inherent faults and limitations? What can we learn from artists, models, instructors, and students who have done things differently?
So I came to the topic of life drawing in a roundabout way, as Alex mentioned, through a project on 18th century British art in the textile industry. And actually, I'm so glad that you brought this in, because I became intrigued by the presence of ropes in the life studio as a key tool for models to use while holding difficult poses back in the day for hours at a time. And so what I ended up writing about was how the presence or indication of rope in life drawings can be a way of seeing past the conceit of the drawings to the labor and skill of the people who we actually know very little about, but on whom the highest ambitions of artists depended. And what became clear is that while art historians often treat life drawings as records of a visual artist's pedagogical or creative process, or as an aesthetic object that showcases the maker's facility and technique, what is often overlooked are the actual people who are pictured, people who are often vulnerable and from society's margins. And so researching life drawings and life models in particular yielded methodological questions that I'm eager to discuss with all of you today, and I think many of the presentations will touch on. These include what records or approaches we can use to understand the historical experience of modeling, if we might need a new ethical framing for how we talk about and analyze life drawings. And I'm also interested in the repetitive nature of life drawing, which has created an enormous corpus of imagery that can at times resist analysis. What new interpretive moves can we use on such seemingly rote material? And we noticed that we were not alone in our interest in life drawing. Of course, you're all here today, but rather a number of recent and diverse exhibitions, publications, and conference talks have demonstrated a renewed interest in approaching this topic with fresh critical frameworks. And the recent popularity of the Courtauld Galler's own exhibitions of Claudette Johnson and Frank Auerbach demonstrate a public interest in the directness and immediacy of the broader practice. And therefore, given that life drawing is so enduring and widespread, we were eager to initiate a conversation that transcends the usual constrictions of temporal, geographic, or professional boundaries. It seems timely and productive to bring together art historians, artists, and models to discuss the state of the field.
And so we are immensely grateful to the Courtauld Research Forum for hosting this symposium. And we'd like to thank in particular Diego Arteche, Leila Bunbra, and Grace Williams for their many efforts to support and facilitate today's program, as well as the Courtauld students assisting with today's event. Thank you as well to Naomi Billingsley and Acacia Finbo for their crucial work earlier on, and to Ketty Gottardo and Rachel Sloan, who will be hosting a workshop for speakers in the Courtauld Print Room tomorrow. We are also grateful to the Association for Art History for their support of this program. Finally, we want to thank the Drawing Foundation, a nonprofit organization based in New York, which, as Alex mentioned, collaborated with us to kick off this conference on Monday and Tuesday with 2 online panels, Life Drawing After Death and Life Model as Laborer and Artist. We hope some of you in the audience were able to tune into these discussions, which raised important questions about the ethics of life drawing in the anatomy lab and the working conditions of life modeling, among other issues. These panels were recorded and will be posted to the Drawing Foundation's website in the coming weeks.
So a brief overview of today's schedule, and hopefully you all have a program or can find it online. Each of today's panels will feature 2 to 3 speakers, followed by a Q&A in which we encourage the audience to ask questions. I'll note here and will remind you that today's events are being recorded, so both speakers and the Q&A. I will note also that unfortunately Nick Robbins, who was scheduled to speak in the last panel today, had to withdraw belatedly due to personal reasons. And so we will begin in a moment with our first session, Life Drawing as an Enduring Practice, chaired by Tara Versi, artist and tutor at the Royal Drawing School. At 12:15, we will break for lunch, which for speakers and moderators will be provided in the room where we just had coffee. For everyone else, there's a number of local establishments, including a cafe just up on the 3rd floor that I highly recommend for coffee, sandwiches, and cake. We'll return at 1:45 for our second session, Exposure and Expression, Life Modeling, chaired by Carol Nataf, PhD candidate and associate lecturer at the Courtauld, who was also in those pictures drawing with Joanna Woodall and who's an art practitioner in her own right. We'll then have a 30-minute tea and coffee break for all attendees and return at 3:40 for our third and final session, Beyond the Life Room, Unexpected Practices, chaired by Joanna Woodall, Professor Emeritus at the Courtauld. The program will conclude at 5 p.m. with a drinks reception open to everyone, just next door again, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. And please note that we'll be doing only very brief introductions, so full biographies for all speakers and moderators can be found on the event page where you made your booking on the Courtauld website. And now we'll turn it over to Tara to get us started. Thank you.
It's really great to be here today, so thank you very much, Isabel and Zoe. As they introduced me, I'm a painter primarily and a printmaker, but I also teach life drawing and anatomy at the Royal Drawing School and at foundation level as well. So as a painter and tutor, it gives me really it's quite a personal subject to me, is thinking about the importance of life drawing, and to hear the speakers today speaking about their kind of different backgrounds about it. But I had to really seek it out as a practitioner because it wasn't sort of amidst an environment where it wasn't really considered important anymore. It was quite disconcerting. So it's really great, as you said, to be here amongst people that really do still feel its importance and relevance in work today. So can I introduce the speakers today? So we have Antia Southern, who I've worked with actually on the foundation at the King's Foundation on the diploma year. She works as a senior tutor and implementer of the contextual studies there. So Antia's paper looks at the creative impact of life drawing at foundation level, fine art foundation level. So thinking about the discovery of individual strengths and limitations experienced in the life room and how that enables students to then make own choices in their work and even practical decisions beyond drawing. So her paper is going to give examples of that. Then we have Susanne Müller-Bechtel, who's a freelance lecturer in art history at the Julius Maximilians Universität Wolfsburg and at the Wessig Hochschule Zwickau, sorry for my pronunciation. Her research on drawing as a tool and artistic practice has appeared in several publications, and her focus today will examine the experimental arrangement at the Axtall at the early modern academies and the effects of the artistic practice. So considering how the praxeology of sciences help us to focus productively on the interrelationship between the setting and the result. And then we have John Fagg, who is senior lecturer at the University of Birmingham and author of several books, additional publications on American art and literature, So John's aspect today will focus on the empathy in Robert Henry's Pedagogy in Practice, with a focus on his statement, "Take the pose of the model yourself," which points to an emotionally engaged and empathetically sort of charged live drawing practice and a more reciprocal relationship to the artists and experiences of their subjects. So, thank you.
Thank you, Zoe and Isabel, for inviting me. Since we started our conversation, I had them conversations with all our tutors and students in the last 2 months. And so what you see here is really a case study that we've put together, and I really represent here all the voices, or try and represent in this very short time, some of the voices at least, of tutors and students, and really that question of why, how are we using live drawing? Because we are in our own bubble, as you will see. This is our bubble here, and it's always sunny, Trinity Bar Wharf. You see our studios here with the ladder, and if you're at the top studios, you overlook the wharf. So we are surrounded by water and big skies. This is last September. Our students go out and draw from observation with ink, and just to get sort of familiar with the environment. They'll be spending their foundation year in. Here, just one example, to go straight into inks, and the wind and the water do have their agency here, and you can see drawings get taken by the river Thames there. And I think it's really important that it's a sort of metaphor that the drawings aren't that precious. We produce a lot of drawings, and they are a way of, yes, thinking and thinking through making. Our students are 18, 19-year-olds, come out of A-level and then go on to art school, or art history, or geography, or humanities, or medicine. Quite a range. Just a bit of history here. This is Gethin Evans and Sharon Bevan, who brought the course from the Byam Shore. The Byam Shore was closed down and absorbed by UAL, and they brought this sort of approach to observational drawing and thinking through making into the diploma course from 2012 to 2021. It was supported by the Royal Drawing School, and now we are supported by the King's Foundation, who very generously fundraise for us. So last cohort had 75% fee, some help with fees, scholarships or fee-assisted places, and you can see Daniel welcoming our new cohort in the Garrison Chapel, where students just had their final end-of-year exhibition. Just in terms of tutors, I wanted to, Robert Fawcett and Silke Detten has been absolutely fantastic, and their voices hope come through as authentically as possible in this talk. They both have taught at the Byam Shore and have helped to develop and move this course forward. Here you see the core tutors. They all have their own practices that they just sort of giving you an idea of what they teach, but most of them also teach live drawing. I don't teach live drawing, but I work with live drawing practitioners in what I call non-verbal art history, and I'll show you a little bit more about that later. But here, just to give you a sense of this program, they have 2 days workshops, 1 day with me in galleries, and 1 day, and then 2 days working on their personal projects. So very skills-based, but also I just sort of try to circle, just take a recce of how many workshops actually happen in the live rooms. In the autumn term, 13 out of 28, and spring term, 6 out of 13. So you can already get sort of an idea of how so working in the live room sort of so permeates this our sort of teaching approach. So there is this sort of, when we ask, we have these conversations, what does live drawing do? And you know, of course, all these critical skills you want to study at foundation, like light, shadow, proportion, volume, scale, space, materials, techniques. All of this you can do in so many individual ways. But of course, the minute you have a model in the room, work with the model, all of these things can be addressed in a very compressed way. Here you see a classroom 2 years ago where, you know, it sort of shows this idea of this embodied, this space. The students are standing up. The students talk about this experience being meditative. They talk about this amazing respect to the life model. They're in that room for a whole day. And that sense of concentration and stamina and no mobile phones, this real giving over to looking. There's, of course, this sense of perceiving another human being, which they feel can be so familiar. And the minute you start really observing you see the most surprising and unexpected insights. There is no formula in that life drawing is used to allow access to tools and techniques. The students do not have to fulfill certain targets. They come with a huge range of different facilities. So there's no formulaic prescriptions, and it's not there to train artists to make figurative paintings or sculptures. The life room is, in our way, a way of learning to see and not trusting preconceived knowledge. So my hypothesis for this talk is, can life drawing equip students with the skill that resists ideologies and existing hierarchies? So I also wanted to, as a framework, draw, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with Betty Edwards, who wrote American artist and teacher, who in 1979 wrote the book Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain. And I find this way she distinguishes between the right mode and the left mode in a way helpful, in that I would like to pick out this way of verbal education we all perceive, and the importance of the non-verbal, and how I think life drawing helps to really listen to that non-verbal way of perceiving, that sentient way of perceiving, in that life drawing offers this way of searching for patterns, relationships, seeking spatial order or sort of coherences. So here are a couple, I just sort of went through, and I asked students permission, I talked to them, I went through some students in their life classes or in any workshop, always immediately afterwards write a learning journal. It can be very scribbly, sometimes it can be very extensive, it very much depends, but sort of trying to reflect on what they've been doing. So here you can see, this is sort of an exercise, line drawing, one of the first exercises right at the beginning of the course, 5th of September here. This is about sort of just getting them into making them conscious about what makes up different ways, systems of seeing. They're breaking down proportion, not drawing literally, but finding shapes, seeking alignment of shapes, taking measurements. And of course, you have to stay in the same position. And the minute you start to take liberties in your way of looking, things go wrong. Here is sort of a wonderful note saying, I realize, understand difficulty with seeing in technical and photo-perfect ways that overstresses and fragments the image. So I intend to work with more emotional connection than logical the next day. So this sort of emotional connections, emotional line. This is sort of, I think, an entry that says a lot. It's a humble experience. I'm so familiar with the female nude. You know, this idea of, a lot of students say, actually, I'm drawing myself. This sort of what they sort of recognize and how they connect with the model, that very empathetic, sentient way of connecting. And then I had to redo it 3 times. Even then, it was too far to the right. Next time, gauge space before start, maybe go smaller. Working from life feels very different than an image. So these are students who still come having worked a lot from images rather than life. feedback is so helpful, that just drawing shapes, stepping back every once in a while, checking the form. It can be so obvious after that, especially with the subject matter right in front of it. Only working in line with proportion was so frustrating. I was itching to add tone. Learned how tempting and distracting tone can be if form is wrong. Reworking against proportions over the course of 5 hours helped to focus. Face, hands, and feet are still very difficult, and shoulders, same reason. Yes, it's very true. All tutors, I think, agree that there's a huge fear of face, hands, and feet, but not the head. Here, you know, I'm just putting Dura as a reference. I mean, there are these references come into the life room, working around measured drawings, working around using verticals and horizontals to help this. Here is this idea about Rowan saying, I felt my brain was being used differently. Instead of comparing measurements relative to other parts of the figure, the measurements were standalone units. So already thinking around different ways of measuring. Here, the exercise produced a drawing which I think proportionally accurate, but I felt like it required less reflection on the composition or whole compared to how I normally work. So this is really breaking these things down into different elements. Then, of course, we go to tone, which is, for many students, so much a relief, because the shape can be sculpted out of tone. You immediately can establish depth of space. Tonal drawing immediately connects to color, and so all color and tonal value go beyond the shape. So, and here this is Khadija again saying, thank God, I'm going for tone. She's the one who says, I'm itching for tone. But then she also acknowledges how overwhelming that can be. This is then taken into painting. Here, you know, this is sort of going back to what you can address in the life room. And here you can address these ideas around tonal values. You're saying, I did this painting with only 5 tones. I usually draw and identify describing subject, shadows, and variations in color. This exercise would allow that, but actually really like the way the painting built up when working this way. It was also useful exercise, encouraging me to compare tone value. I found the oil paint easier to manipulate, and here again, you know, they're going from pencil into oil paint. And this way, working encouraged fewer overlapping areas of paint. And then she's also starting to say, oh, maybe I could take that, could play more around with that sort of limited palette. And so this brings me to my non-verbal, what I call my non-verbal art history. In September, we spent 3 weeks in the National Gallery, and then go on to the British Museum, and then start to go into contemporary galleries and so on. But here, so Tara is very familiar with those exercises and the frustrations that happen with this, but here we totally rely on the life room experience when we draw at the National Gallery. And the life room here trains the physical, emotional, mental power of concentration. And the students take this method and take these tools with them when they draw at the National Gallery. And they, like in the life room, they constantly have to assess and reassess. So here you can just see we sort of start in the morning. We start with the lectures of really analyzing artworks, bringing those workshop methods into their analytical skills. And you know, so that I think Paul Clay's quotes on this art: we do not analyze works of art because we want to imitate them or because we distrust them. Instead, we do so as to begin a walk ourselves. So this is very much for the students to recognize visual decision-making, visual solutions. And here, there is this sort of, I would like to think that these students have been drawing and rubbing out, reassessing Uccello, that in the end they're channel Uccello. In the end, they're sort of with Uccello in the studio, learning about this type of decision making. So going back to the studio, the laying pose here, is sort of one that is most challenging, and I just thought it's this sort of idea that the students are really having to not draw the figure but the grid. And this is Alex, one student. He says the figure was so foreshortened that it was hard to understand what I really was seeing. My brain kept telling me how I should look, not how I actually did look, because of this, I had to keep measuring and checking forms and negative space. So, you're drawing an outstretched leg, knowing that the leg is outstretched, but you have to go beyond that knowledge to question it. So, having to think abstractly, having to think how every shape relates to another shape. And this is sort of something students do bring back into the National Gallery when they are looking at figurative drawings, and the inquiry becomes a different one because they're not distracted by prior knowledge, and that drawing in that way resists prior knowledge, and therefore I think can resist ideologies or preconceptions. So there is this sort of sense of the trickery of the eye and the brain that also Betty Edwards refers to. And here are some of the examples here. I had a less challenging angle, but the propped up leg and the way it slightly tapered away from me was the hardest part. Here I marked on different aspects of the body separately in space, judging their relationship through horizontals and verticals, and keep the drawing as abstract as possible for a long time. I feel like I used a lot of tools to produce a result that was fairly accurate. Miranda also spoke to me about finding guidelines, good for noticing patterns in the way features and limbs fit. So again, this sort of non-verbal, just sentient noticing of patterns. This is taken through again in tonal and color studies. Here the figure in space. Here then just another example, drawing in motion. It's really sort of that a sort of fitness circuit of students learning to have to grasp the essential in 3 minutes, and then decide on what that essential is, and then that gives them confidence of seeing how prolific they can be in their own work. So it connects, of course, to animation, and those students who go into Bournemouth and so on, they find that really helps them. They stop pondering, they're learning about timing, and they're immersed in a much sort of quicker way of working. Same then, just another example of sort of working without brushes from the model. Again, sort of learning about letting go of control, understanding and taking up, accidents, what different marks, different speeds can bring to your work, and that also informs very much students' way of furthering their own personal work. It, of course, goes into the tactility of sculpture here, and monoprinting, so working with different inks, working quickly and understanding again the materiality of printing, the versatility of it, and particularly playing with inks, understanding those sort of variations. So the creative impact, and I'm really, this is very personal in a way of me trying to sort of come up with some links here. This is a student who, when she was drawing the draped figure, started to already noticing. She talks all about the fabric, and the fabric, this blue fabric held behind the fabric over the figure, the connection with the skin. This is her final piece, where she used sort of the tactility of the latex to embellish the surface as my new canvas. So she's thinking about this sort of workshop working, but thinks around latex being the new canvas, and exploring this journey through the medium of latex to explore the surface of skin, and this exploration of containment through skin and the addition of softer materials. So these sort of sensitivities, I feel they sort of have their roots in there. This is a brilliant exercise, miniature drawing really, really, really problematic. By now the students really know the life room, they have the habits, and they love big format and scale. So having to make a head pea-size is really, really unsettling. So they're having to fall back to skills they've learned, they're having to revisit their way of seeing. It gives them different opportunities. They can be more dense, more inventive with their marks. They have to be very controlled and very incisive. And here I know there were these dramatic poses Alexei was showing. This is their beloved model, Stephen, and they have a huge connection with Stephen. And Stephen knows how to hold very subtle poses and not dramatic poses. And actually the subtle poses are so much more demanding and challenging for students to understand weight distribution than these theatrical poses. This is Owen's work, which, and this is Owen's drawing. And here I just wanted to make this connection, how his whole 3D collection was responses to his environment, and thinking around the plinths of anecdotal sculptures and families, but playing with scale. And I think his sensitivity to scale really has been trained through these life room models. And here, of course, the large figure drawing is a very different one. It's not on an easel. You're having to look at the model. You then have to remember what you're looking at. You're having to, you're not drawing with your hand. You have an extension of this. So, they have to adapt again and again make these decisions of all the things they have learned about observation and apply them. So also thinking around how they build the image, what steps they take. And this is sort of really where I want to end, this sort of idea of non-verbal art history. Here you can see the large drawing still in the back. And here this is a session I ran with Silke Detmers on text and image, and we got the students just for an hour to draw letter forms and apply the same acute observation to the letter forms as they would do in the life room. And you can see here almost these sort of, the observation of a raised arm and the observation of these letter forms and angles so carefully and acutely and accurately observed. And then we took that into the Tate, where they started to draw. They all chose a painting they responded to, they felt was helping with their own personal work. And then in the middle we gave them random newspaper cuttings, so they then had to use that text and copy that text into the drawings with, absolutely astounding results. I don't know if you can make out some of these on the floor. So to conclude, I wanted to sort of say that in the life room, students question what they're really seeing instead of relying on preconceived knowledge. They make discoveries by looking at something for a long time, and this way they can hold many complex thoughts at the same time instead of being forced into thinking in a reductive way. So it's a very powerful act for young artists to open up ways of processing reality differently and individually. They can anticipate problems, not only solve problems. And I think in this way, this sort of playfulness of problem solving and empathy that happens in the life room allows a resistance to ideologies and hierarchies within the practice and fosters working across disciplines. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I would like to address today the academic nude. That is, drawings after the living male model created in the 17th, 18th or 19th century at European academies of art. Art history seems to have been avoiding these nudes for the longest time. And no wonder. The sheer number is overwhelming. We are talking of thousands and thousands of drawings. The actual number, no one knows. Additionally, at the first glance, many of them seem indistinguishable. The daily practice led to a considerable number of similar works. The task hardly changed over a long period of time. The transnational distribution makes stylistic classification difficult. The practice was carried out by masters, students, and amateurs alike. In my habilitation thesis, I developed new criteria for art historical analysis. They enable us to a better structuring of the material and thus an easier contextualization. The nudes that I'm showing here were drawn by professors and students of the Accademia del Nudo in Rome in the second half of the 18th century. Today, I want to focus on the practice in the Aktsaal, the life room. By analyzing this setting, I hope to gain a better understanding of the circumstances in which academic life drawing took place. With these insights, I try to identify reasons for the high quantity of early modern life drawings, which was an everyday academic practice and had a serious impact on the artistic activity of academic artists and their students. Although I'm referring mainly to studies from Rome, please keep in mind that there are plenty of other public and private drawing academies. For example, in Paris, Bologna, Florence, Vienna, and London. To date, only a tiny part of this material has been described, identified, and classified. The life room is considered the focus of every early modern drawing academy. It is so important that it was painted. Here we can see a non-identified academy painted by Michelange's Uas, then the Vienna Academy painted by Martin Ferdinand Quadal, a meeting of the Royal Academicians at Somerset House of Johann Zoffany, and the Stockholm Academy by Elias Martin. Such historical visual sources reveal key aspects of the academic practice of life drawing. The draftsmen are grouped around the model, who is positioned on a pedestal in the center of the room to give all participants their own view of the model. My main interest focuses on the relationship between the room and the artistic results achieved there. But that is a difficult task, because we cannot directly relate the conditions of the setting and the drawn nudes to each other, simply due to the lack of concrete visual sources. Therefore, I'm taking a step back in order to distance myself from my usual art historical approach. Instead, I'm turning to the praxeology of science. This will help us to understand how the setting and the result were related to each other. In order to describe the academic setting of life drawing, I am referring to the research of the German science historian Hans-Jörg Reinberger on experimental systems. I quote Reinberger: "One needs an arrangement that I refer to as the experimental conditions or technical objects, including instruments, inscription devices, model organisms, and the floating theorems or boundary concepts attached to them. It is through these technical conditions that the institutional context passes down to the benchmark in terms of local measuring facilities, supply of materials, laboratory animals, research traditions, and accumulated skills carried on by long-term technical personnel. End of quote. Reinberger's considerations bring to mind all the technical objects, all the tools that were used to practice collaborative life drawing at the early modern academies. Let's have a look at a ground plan and a drawing of an academic amphitheater in which the model is posed by a professor, preparing for the lesson to come. What can we identify as technical objects? The furnishing and equipment. It is characteristic for early modern academic life drawing. The seats for the draftsman, the central pedestal for the model, the artificial source of light, sticks as tool for the model to remain a posture, or ropes and boxes. You can see them under the model's foot. And, according to Reinberger, the model himself. But how do these objects define the artistic process? Reinberger distinguishes between technical objects and, I quote, the research object, the scientific object, or the epistemic thing. They are material entities or processes, physical structures, chemical reactions, biological functions that constitutes the objects of inquiry. Epistemic things embody what one does not yet know. End of quote. What exactly is the epistemic thing or epistemic object when I'm applying this definition to academic life drawing? What could it be what the academic artist did not know yet? In my opinion, it is the individual figuration that comes into existence when an artist draws this model in this pose of this session from his particular point of view. Furthermore, we can grasp the technical objects of life drawing more precisely. In my opinion, it is crucial to realize that the model and the pose are fundamentally necessary for creating an image of them at all. They are not random. If I recognize the experience of transferring the pose into a two-dimensional figuration as the epistemic process of drawing, then the model and the pose are technical things, technical objects as well. They are parts of the experiments, but not its results. With one restriction. Setting the model is already a cognitive process. For example, we see in Anton Raphael Menk's drawing that in setting the living model in a certain pose, he tested whether and how he could intertwine two ancient sculptures and thereby create a new pose. He took the dancing fawn's standing leg and his arm raised on the opposite side and combined this with the running movement of the fawnless kid. He mirrored the raised arm downwards as well. In this case, the model is a technical object. The model as a technical object serves the epistemic purpose of developing a high-quality pose based on the exemplary ancient sculptures. The pose is an epistemic object which embodies what one does not know yet. You remember the quote? No. It's clear. Well, how can these considerations on technical and epistemic objects in the life room help us understand the high degree of quantity in drawn nudes? In Rome, at the Accademia del Nudo, a single artist could produce one drawing a week. He needs 12 hours. And that sums up to more than 40 drawings a year in total. In Paris, the model was even repositioned twice a week. And around 80 drawings may have been produced there per year in total by one artist. But the artist, of course, was never on his own in the life room. At least 30 men per session or more studied the same model in the same pose, but from individual viewpoints. And as you can imagine, they did not only draw 1 year. These nudes are drawn by professors at the Paris Academy, Edmé Bouchardon, François Boucher, Charles-Joseph Latour. Many artists draw from the living model all their lives. And last but not least, life drawing was practiced in countless places year in and year out. But what was the purpose of this everyday lifelong practice? In general, one can say, while drawing the living model, academic draftsmen scrutinize, study, and look at norms, theories, and figurations in quasi-planned series of experiments. It is a scholarly and erudite activity. The drawings are notations of what the academic artists perceive when studying the living model. This experimental activity is a reproducible and repeatable one. Let's highlight a few ideas. First and most important, the goal of academic life drawing is not to create the one single beautiful drawing. Rather, the drawing is a byproduct of the actual cognitive process, namely the seeing. Then the pen gives a report of what one sees. Second, a comparison of drawn academic nudes and images of the life room reveals common features and differences. These results of an academic competition of 1763 all show the same model with the same pose, but vary from the viewpoint taken up by each draftsman. The drawings are multiples, I think. We can see clearly what effect the different viewpoints on the model could ultimately have on the appearance of the drawing and its figuration. The academic nudes in profile were consistently rated better than those with a back view. But one can also see that the academic draftsman had the freedom to stage the model with bricks and boxes, or to provide the model with iconographic attributes and hereby add a further level of meaning. Third, the poses of models can be understood as prepared samples on which the academics develop norms or rules for convincing figurations on the two-dimensional sheet. The epistemic object, what one does not know yet. These epistemic objects are the human movements and the inscribed emotions that are articulated in the poses. The interest in movement and emotions leads to diverse and ultimately individual series of experiments which often last for years. The so-called uniformity of academic nudes should be understood as a reservoir of visual knowledge accumulated over time. Such theories have so far been little present in art historical research. As one possible example, I show here a selection of the academic nudes that the Spanish artist Domingo Alvarez made during his stay in Rome and took home to Madrid. Alvarez studied the same process as other academic draftsmen in Rome. They met at the public and private life drawing classes. In the research material, some sheets can be found that show the same model in the same pose, but from a different angle and from a different artist. Using Alvarez as an example, I would like to point out the network in which the draftsman and the life drawing and the poses are connected. This network is immense and cannot really be visualized. Matches between the drawings allow interesting insights. Matches with life drawings by professors such as Anton Raphael Mengs or by other academy students are only a beginning for further research. The task is to identify particular sessions by recognizing the same model in the same pose. To make sure that we are not simply dealing with copies, the drawings have to show different points of view. But still the question remains, why are they going through all the trouble, pay the model, draw every day, organize competitions, and archive the prize drawings? In my opinion, there is more to it than the daily practice for craftsmanship and artistic scholarship. As a last epistemic object, I would like to address a special visual knowledge that academicians acquire through life drawing, the visual topoi, which can be inscribed in the poses. Her movement and emotions come together and together give the pose a higher level of meaning. To conclude, let me take a quick look at the relationship between life drawing and history painting. The starting point of my final reflections is the pose of a standing model with one foot placed forward on a box and holding a long stick with both hands on one side of the body so that he can step downwards with the stick. These drawings are made in 3 different sessions. In comparison with the corresponding pictorial tradition of Raphael, Vidorini, and later also Benjamin West, it is not difficult to read the pose of the standing model in the frontal view as a pose for a St. Michael. In the profile view, as in John Singleton Copley's painting Watson and the Shark, this pose can easily be understood as Neptune, and the pose obviously gives the harpooner a special power, the godly power of Neptune. Studies that follow the same visual topic, you have to check carefully. Could the drawings have been made during one session? Then the poses depicted must be identical. In this case, the 4 life drawings of life models in the pose of a dead Christ show subtle differences in the lifeless arms, the head's positions, and how the legs lie on top of each other. And despite the high similarity, these are made in different sessions. If you like to learn more about academic life drawing between 1650 and 1850, please take a look at my book or ask me your questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you to everybody who's made today possible to do really quickly. This is tough. As will become apparent in the course of the paper, it would be very foolish of me to correct anyone's pronunciation of names. It was Robert Henry. It's from the South, and he liked to style it in an American vein. So take the pose of the model yourself, empathy in Robert Henry's pedagogy and practice. She reclines, more or less. Try that posture. It's hardly languor. Her right arm, sharp angles. Margaret Atwood's provocation to viewers of Edouard Manet's Olympia pithily expresses feminist art history's challenge to the female nude, turning from the work of the male painter to consider the body of the woman he paints. Her 1995 poem, Manet's Olympia, addresses you, Monsieur Voyeur, who might be a client in the room, the artist at his easel, or a visitor to the Musée d'Orsay. Atwood aligns with a strain of scholarship from Carol Duncan's important essay, Virility and Domination in Late 20th Century Vanguard Painting, that indicts Impressionist and Post-Impressionist painting in its ocular centrism and use of women's bodies as vehicles for avant-garde statement-making, as a detached objectification and denial of personhood. Trying the posture is a practical way to move beyond distanced looking and engage with the lived experience of the woman in the room. That approach finds a surprising precedent in the art and teaching of Robert Henry, for whom work from life models was an embodied, reciprocal practice. As a student in Philadelphia in the 1880s, Henry acknowledged that the aberrant urge to put yourself in his place when dissecting a cadaver, and later as an influential teacher in New York in the 1900s and 1910s, he encouraged his own pupils and followers to take the pose of the model yourself. I say that's a surprising precedent because Henry and his circle, known retrospectively as the Ashcan School, tend to be cast as a continuation, essentially, of Manet's phase of Impressionism, invigorated by engagement with New York's bustling sidewalks, glimpsed urban apartments, and commercial entertainments. Their art is defined by a repertorial urban realism that sought out striking city scenes, picturing Manhattan as an emerging modern metropolis. In her landmark study, Picturing the City, Urban Vision at the Ashcan School, Rebecca Zurier connects these artists to a mode of spectatorship and mobile observation that tends to distance painter and viewer from the scene. More recently, in Ashcan Art, Whiteness and the Unspectacular Man, Alexis Boylan argues that Ashcan city scenes actively participate in the construction of a misanthropic white supremacist identity. So their art is not the obvious place to look for a life-drawing practice that seeks to inhabit the body and acknowledge the experience of the model. Indeed, in his survey, The Great American Nude, William Geertz argues that painting from life played only a minor role in Ashcan art, and that the group's major contribution to the tradition was the depiction of naked bodies in everyday and every night life, as in George Lux's painting The Wrestlers, or in George Bellow's paintings of boxing clubs and boys swimming in the East River, such as Riverfront No. 1, 1914, that we see here. Bellows will emerge as a key figure in this talk, Henry's most prodigious and successful pupil. In its depiction of looking at a predominantly white New York crowd, and in its thematization of urban looking, with the inclusion of a flaneur-like figure, smartly dressed in hat and tie, and at once with and apart from the partially dressed crowd, this painting appears to exemplify Boylan's and Zurier's claims about identity construction and detached spectatorship. Paintings of this kind define Ashcan School art, as displayed in many US art museums, maybe most US art museums, and in survey books where it tends to function as a kind of segue between historical 19th century painting and the modern 20th century. And I think that paintings like this also condition the critical paradigms in which we discuss Ashcan School painters like Bellows and Henry. It was only when the Barber Institute of Fine Arts at University of Birmingham, where I teach, acquired a painting, Nude Miss Bentham, which we'll see shortly, and that required me to find a way to talk about this kind of painting from these artists, that I began to be aware of a sense of looking outside that paradigm and seeing a school invested in innovative and idiosyncratic practice of life drawing. Where Robert Henry's life class pedagogy is rarely discussed, the approach to the study of the body that he encountered when enrolling at the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts in 1886 is well known. In the early 1880s, Thomas Aikins insisted on work from female and male life models for male and female students, introduced dissection classes and lectures from Dr. Williams Keene that overlapped the curriculum of Jefferson Medicine College, and pioneered the photographic investigation of human form and motion. When in the spring of 1886 these pursuits of anatomical rigour crossed boundaries, with Aikins exposing male models and himself to female students, as well as photographing naked students, he resigned from the academy. Henry enrolled the following fall, and while Aikins' pupil Thomas Anschutz had taken over the programme and rode back from his predecessor's excesses, Henry nonetheless found Aikins' curriculum essentially intact and inspiring. I think it was a nice callback to the learning journals that we saw in the first paper here. More and more interest in anatomy runs a typical entry in Henry's diary, peppered with sketches from William Rimmer's Art Anatomy. In a photograph showing the Pafford dissection room, one student lifts the cadaver's hand to compare it to that of a skeleton positioned beside the table, while Henry, in a nonchalant pose, attends to his pipe. Another diary entry demonstrates Henry's initial embrace of the Pafford approach, but hints also at his eventual divergence from it. For an extracurricular anatomy lesson, Henry joined his brother Frank Southern, who was training as a surgeon at Jefferson, to cut up a cadaver. He writes in his diary, "The horrors of the dissecting room have little effect on me. It is not as terrible as the outsider would think. Once in a while, you put yourself in his place, mentally, and see yourself skinned and literally cut into mincemeat, laughed, smoked, gestured, lectured over. But the purpose?" This casual remark contained the seed of Henry's sense that an art of the body should not and could not be distanced and detached. Perceiving the limitations of his education in Philadelphia, Henry joined a group of friends in Paris in the fall of 1888. It's a painting from a very different kind of 20th century American painter, Thomas Jefferson David Chalfant, who was a contemporary of Henry's, and I think includes an image of Henry, the figure in the centre with the red scarf. His first 2 years at the Académie Julienne, working under Bouguereau, were inspiring and challenging. A spring 1890 letter home explains, "Time is precious here. All that study in the Paffer was child's play. It was nothing." But by early 1891, Henry had become more critical of the Academy, noting Julienne's money-grasping nature and once more struggling to maintain detachment. "One seldom gives much thought to the ordinary model," he confided in his diary, before expressing concern for a thin, tired, sad-eyed life model whose apparent physical and mental deterioration witnessed over several sessions provoked, like the plight of the cadaver, an emotional response. On finally passing the entrance to the Académie des Beaux-Arts, Henry was dismayed to find himself back in the cast room working from sculptures. He writes, "Be the antique ever so perfect in form, be the living model ever so awkward, there is always a living charm, and something yet greater in the latter than the classical perfections of the antique." Abandoning the schools altogether, he declared, "For the time being, I lay aside all precepts about what to paint and where to put paint and leave it. Decided to muck around and search out what I wanted. My study looked it too, dirty, unscienced, but alive." I think we can come back to this, but that term dirty has a kind of a very positive connotation in these artists' thinking. It's not pejorative, it's about a kind of a rejection of some kind of too clean or cleaned up or idealised version of life, as in that notion of Ashcan. I guess a cognate for it. Frustratingly, because we've seen several images of life class rooms, and in cutting down this talk, I removed a couple of examples of images made by this group of their life drawing rooms, which actually really kind of convey this sense, that in contrast to the sort of Age of Reason layout of the Royal Academy that we saw. First of all, these are messy improvised spaces in which everyone's sort of wrestling over one another to try and jostle for position, and it feels very different and conveys again that sense of a dirty, unscienced study. Many of Henry's surviving studies from life, such as the tempera sketch Kneeling Nude, seem absolutely dirty, unscienced, but alive. Pigment is smeared and blurred and unevenly applied, multiple lines limn not fixed contours, but a glimpsed body restless, off balance and in motion. The left hand is presented only as a gestural notion, and the ankles and feet are elided, as if the essence of nature Henry sought from the body concentrated at its core and waned at its extremities. The right hand is lost in a series of thick, dark strokes to the side of the figure that perhaps depict shadow, but also express an excess energy and urge to mark the paper more vigorously than representation requires. Those deep shades envelop the woman's right thigh and crotch, articulating in relief the curve of her belly, which, like that of her breast, swells fleshy and free. Similarly, that appreciation of the awkward as proof of life idealized plaster could not equal finds expression in the crayon sketch, nude perched on a chair. This study catches a pose briefly held, a moment of balance like the fleeting and ephemeral incidents Ashcan school artists saw on city streets, but also one in which the body folds and contracts rather than stretching towards expression of the ideal. Around 1910, Henry began dialogue with the anarchist Emma Goldman, the core tenet of which comes through in her lecture statement. The vision of the essential and eternal human form, the nearest thing to us in all the world, with its vigour and its beauty and its grace, is one of the prime tonics of life. Acknowledging the lived, everyday experience of the body, ridding it of shame, embracing it as ordinary and less than ideal. Henry expanded on and articulated this sense of the body as, on returning from Paris, he established himself as an independent artist and teacher who broke with the old order in Philadelphia and then New York. In a series of notes made while supervising the Philadelphia Charcoal Club in 1893, he defined the purpose of study from life as translation of those emotions which result in man from his contact with nature. In apparent challenge to Aikins and Anschut's emphasis on anatomy, he told students at Philadelphia's School of Design for Women, "One's early fancy of man and things must not be forgotten. One's appreciation of them is too much sullied by coldly calculating and dissecting them." Actually, the painter and critic Guy de Pendubois would recall Henry's arrival at the New York School of Art in 1904. This is a quote from Dubois' memoir. "The day of his first entrance into the classroom had been like any other, men working carefully with constantly resharpened charcoal upon a week's drawing of a nude figure, a very artistically, perhaps affectedly posed nude figure. Tall, 6 foot at least, dressed carelessly, the head slightly Mongolian, the arms and long and slim. Henry rather slid than walked in. He went up to Power O'Malley, since become known as the Irish patriot and painter, and began to address him in an inobtrusive way. Was O'Malley a man or not? And by inference were we, that we could draw or paint this woman in all her glorious nudity as though she were a plaster cast, a thing less alive than a cabbage. Life certainly did that day stride into the life class. In 1912, Henry's student Alice Klauber transcribed a class in which Henry declared, "A nude young girl in the light is a mystery. I wish to know and could understand the reason for my great pleasure, and to be able to paint the sensation." Among the gnomic studio pronouncements recorded and collected by his students in the 1923 book, The Art Spirit, Henry states, "There has never been a painting that was more beautiful than nature. The model does not unfold yourself to her, you must rise to her. She should be the inspiration for your painting. No man has ever over-appreciated a human being. Let your painting show the vibration of breathing. Take the pose of the model yourself, then you can feel the pull of the muscles." There's a complex mix of ideas and impulses here, absolutely misogyny, alpha male posturing, and a troubling blurring of lines around life study practice, but also a desire for a dialogic, equal, reciprocal, and embodied encounter between artist and model. In this way, we might think of Ashcan School life study as a troubled form of empathy. In the decades around 1900, so contemporaneous with Henry's study and teaching, German scholars, most prominently Robert Bischer and Wilhelm Wöringer, developed theories of aesthetic experience that emphasized empathy, or Einfühlung. Noting that this literally translates as feeling into, scholar Julia Koss quotes Bischer's claim that before a work of art, the viewer unconsciously projects its own bodily form, and with it also the soul, into the form of the object. This sense of empathy has variously been understood as moving beyond the detached, distant act of looking to a conceived and full-bodied haptic encounter with art, but also in its privilege of surrender and sensation, engendering passive spectatorship. There were various channels through which Henry might have encountered such discourse, and his art and teaching turned the act of feeling into from a mode of aesthetic experience to a practice of art making. As these ideas shaped the way Henry and his followers sought to picture not only posed models in the artificial setting of the studio, but also real-world encounters in New York City streets, they engage with or raise a more recent meaning for the term empathy. Not in Henry's vocabulary, and indeed perhaps anachronistic to his early 20th century moment, empathy as an ethical act of entering into the experience, feeling the pain, seeing through the eyes of, walking in the shoes of another, is nonetheless proximate to the act of feeling into a body in order to picture or paint it. That in taking the pose or trying the posture, artists might acknowledge the humanity of the subject or model is the hope of Margaret Atwood's provocation. One of the paradoxes of Robert Henry is that he rarely made artworks that manifest the qualities he so eloquently urged on his students. Studies like kneeling nude may be dirty and unscienced, but when it came to making oil paintings for exhibition, something like the scientific rigour and academicism disavowed in his teaching took hold. His 1913 Armory show painting Figure in Motion, and from a similar moment the model nude, convey a dialogic encounter between artist and model shaped by desire and sensation as well as awkwardness and boredom, but in their facture seem staid and lifeless. As Henry told his friend John Sloane when appraising Figure in Motion, the life student saw will say it's tight as it has no obvious brush faculty. By contrast, George Bellows' early paintings develop an idiosyncratic lexicon of muscle, flesh, bone, skin and sinew wrought from his own physical experience and his intense engagement with Henry's teaching. My brains were as innocent as college could make them, Bellows said of his first encounter with Henry. My life begins at this point. The embodiment of many of Henry's ideas, another of his students, Helen Appleton Reed, observed, was found in the early work of George Bellows. Nude Miss Bentham was the first work Bellows made after completing formal studies with Henry and setting up his own studio. In class, Henry said something like, "Think of the eyelid and the lip together. They're different features, but they can serve to express the same emotion." And the ragged, peach-shaped lines of Miss Bentham's lip and brow rhyme and echo across her troubled face. On another occasion, Henry counselled, "Fight with yourself when you paint, not with the model," urging his students to look inward to their own bodies and experiences as their best resource. Bellows' brains may have been college innocent, but his body carried useful knowledge. As a student at Ohio State University, up until just 2 years before he made this painting, mandatory freshman curriculum included military drills and gymnasium work. A less than natural athlete, Bellows had trained himself to succeed at baseball and basketball, working his way up to college teams in both sports and up to semi-pro at baseball. Edward Barrows, an Ohio journalist who'd followed Bellows' sports career, recalled, "Off the diamond or the basketball floor, he was ungainly and awkward, puzzled with what to do with his long arms and 6'2" of height." When Bellows drew and painted from life, or followed Henry's advice to take the pose of the model, he knew something already different, intimate, intuitive about how bodies work. Nude Miss Bentham is not a straightforward statement of muscular energy, as art historians have tended to explain the relationship between Bellows' athleticism and his art making, but rather an uncomfortable painting in which Miss Bentham seems to shrink or recoil from the picture plane and perhaps from Bellows himself, who in turn retreats from the 6x3 dimensions of his canvas, leaving a great deal of empty, uncertain space. Where life-class models tended to pose on a stand to be visible to the whole room, to differentiate roles and to symbolise the separate sphere they occupy, Bellows, whether to mark a break from the classroom practice or because he had not yet acquired a stand for his studio, positions Miss Bentham directly on the ground. This at once works to flatten the distinction between painter and model and heightens her vulnerability as, looking down at her from above, viewers imagine the artist's tall frame looming over a much smaller woman. A recent study of the feminine awkward in fashion photographs finds an idiom of anxious, embarrassed gazes, knotted hands, knees and elbows, necks and torsos bent and folded at uncomfortable angles. These attitudes might be ascribed to Miss Bentham, with her darting eye, clenched jaw and arm pressed taut to her breast. But that arm contains strength also, and here Henry's encouragement to feel the pull of the muscle moves the brush. While small and vulnerable, Miss Bentham's body is also fleshy, sinewy and muscular. In the lift of the thigh out of her knee joint, with its suggestion of both tension and strength, and in the twist of the Achilles tendon away from her that turns her body away from his, Bellows shows the vigour and the awkwardness he shares with Miss Bentham. Miss Bentham thus finds a visual language of rapid, brushy strokes, wet on wet fluidity, and gesture and abbreviation that expresses what it is to be in various senses proximate to and feel into another body. That language is also present in contemporaneous city scenes that tend to be understood not in terms of empathy and proximity, but distance and othering. Most strikingly, Bellows' 1907 painting 42 Kids has been taken as to exemplify a detached and highly mediated way of looking. Adam Greenall takes its titular emphasis on counting as evidence of a statistical, dehumanizing way of seeing the urban poor. Marion Dozimer finds models for the scene of the children of immigrants swimming off a city pier in period photojournalism. Rebecca Zurier likens its rapid brushstrokes to the exaggerated caricature of newspaper cartoons. But seen alongside Miss Bentham, and in the terms of Henry's empathetic felt bodies, Bellows' brushwork carries the boys' recklessness and the strength in their lean limbs, but also their vulnerability, out there, unclothed by the river after dark. It feels out nascent musculature in the slight swell of the chest of the older youth who lies smoking in a jaunty hat, and the white highlight and dark groove that established the developed upper arm of the tall kid who stands above him. But it also clenches and shivers with the boy who won't take his baggy shirt off, and it knows the growing pains of frames not yet filled out, as Bellows' ungainly height must have been in his teenage years. Stretching limbs and straining sinews recur across the crowd, dramatically in the boys who playfully prize one another off the pier, more subtly in the four boys who each place a hand on the side of their lower back, straightening that leg and bending the other in a pose that tests and tenses the hamstrings. Returning to Riverfront number 1, we might make similar claims. If the bodies displayed here are not seen en masse, but in relation to the highly individualized Conte crayon studies that Bellows made for several of the figures, such as the boy buried in the shadows at bottom left, and another figure isolated against the sky in the top right quadrant, we might see that the language that appears cursory, gestural, or caricatural might be a way to express a sense of experimentation, of feeling out bodies, of taking on the posture, and thus the lived experience of these individuals. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for talking. Should I put the questions to the audience? Does anyone have any questions for their speakers? Yeah, there's one question. There.
Thank you very much for those fascinating papers. I think that Robert Henry and George Bellows, they seem to be very much espousing the principles of the French educational reformer Horace Lecoq de Bois-Baudouin, who recommended dispensing with the lifelong podium and ropes and let clothed and nude models walk freely, not just about the room, but outdoors in the countryside. And he devised a series of techniques whereby the artist could memorize usable but fleeting natural positions and expressions. And one of his students was Rodin, and he told his roving models to freeze when they chanced upon a good position, and often used unprofessional models like Wayne John. And the Impressionists were influenced by it. And so you get these sort of very rather wonderful, these accidental snapshot poses. I wonder whether you've come across Russ Brogan researches.
I haven't, but that's really helpful and sort of accords with lots of the things that Henry and his circle do and say. He advocated like classes in which poses would help for no more than 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Certainly,
well, that is
yeah.
very much that's ethos. And the sort of wider point that just which is something that sort of irritates me about the current deluge of figurative painting is how so often the figures are just static and inert, and artists seem very uncomfortable with the moving figure. I don't know whether anyone else has felt this. But anyway, that's one of my bugbears as a practice.
It's really helpful. I mean, I think that there's an irony that the painting I showed called Figure in Motion actually seems in certain ways quite static, but lots of what MRI is doing is trying to catch motion in one way or another. And it's really helpful that I think it's hard to trace exactly all of what he would have encountered in that course of kind of European study and time in Paris. But I think that you can see what they're doing in New York is very much kind of fitting in and probably following a little after what's happening in European practice. So it's really helpful.
Well, I can see there's an article in the Art Bulletin about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just ask this from a studio practice? I thought your way of looking at mark making, of the sort of how the muscle informs the brushwork. I think that's sort of so pertinent in a way, and then looking at your work of these sort of very these academic ways of very controlled mark making, and when we work with the students initially, when they come new to the life room, yes, we do distinguish, their line drawing, tonal drawing, and then they develop their own mark making. But I'm sort of really interested in sort of bringing in that sort of practice of mark making, that lived experience, how it's translated, and particularly, so I was curious from your experience with these sort of amazing different ways of using media, but so kind of controlled. And almost sculptural again, they feel like they emulate either the plaster or the marble rather than the skin.
Well, it's difficult to answer. For me, perhaps John first. I don't know.
Sure. I think that a few things that I see. One thing that I'm quite interested in is that book, Henry's The Art Spirit, seems to have sort of, lots of the kind of quotes from it have sort of seeped into a kind of larger discourse of art teaching and pedagogy. And I think you can kind of trace its influence across the century in interesting ways. I think that idea of mark making was something that really struck me, that they seem to be concerned with trying to find gestures and lots of ways in which people have talked for a long time about those artists, is the sense of the kind of the stroke and the kind of autographic stroke being present in their painting and wanting to keep that. And so I think that there is almost one of the things that it was hard to kind of convey in that talk, but if you're looking at that painting, 42 Kids, and if you zoom in on it to the degree that you can't, a kind of looking that you can't do even in a gallery with the object itself, but the digital reproduction that you can zoom into, you get these quite really abstract strokes and passages that are, I think, a kind of an attempt to enact what like bodies feel like, rather than to which can be read as sort of caricatural or dismissive, but I think actually is this sort of quite attempt to sort of live it out in the painting, which is really interesting.
But it's, now you're saying this, it's really tempting to think that if you are following a very prescribed mark making, that also distance you from the body, doesn't it? So it's this ultimate haptic touch and this sort of sentient touch.
And I think it's important to emphasize that my draftsmen are professionals. They are artists for a long time, and have first copied for 1, 2, 3 years, for 5 years, and then went in the live room for drawing the live model, and had the experience before to draw after casts. So it's are many steps they are done before they went to go to the live room and draw after the living model, and these are conditions. It's making of I don't know to say, so they are prepared by the copies, by the plasters, and then they see the nature. That's the third step.
This conditioning of seeing.
I think, I mean, that's something that struck me, and you said something about the drawing being a byproduct of an experience of looking and seeing and feeling, and I think that sometimes, I mean, as I've done as a life drawing, I really enjoy and I've got a lot out of over the years, and I think sometimes the drawing actually can embody a lot. Sometimes it doesn't so much, but the actual experience of being there, there's such a acute kind of awareness and concentration that in that moment you have to really focus, that to have that kind of setup in some ways being the same doesn't really matter. You know, every time you go in there is very different because we're the kind of changing vehicle. And I think that then for myself speaking and being in that, you know, if you just spend a day drawing the life model, that drawing may be great, it may not be, but then if you go out in the street and you draw people moving, or you draw something else, your concentration and awareness of that time is sharper. How I've found that sort of to come to it, and also just the kind of seeing the abstractions within the figure as well, however you draw it, then to see different things when you come outside. So to draw the figure in movement, I mean, for me, the actual kind of setup and that kind of rigor is, I think, really, really important for anything else that you do.
And I think we must look back at the 18th century, at the science and the thinking about science. It's the unsureness, if it's right what I see. Is it this what I see or not?
The humility is like questioning.
Yes, and so with this practice, with this repeatable, you can be sure that is right what you see, and with this doing every day, you give more sureness for yourself.
And it makes you question what you're doing in other drawings and other works. It gives us sort of, absolutely.
Just wanted to say on that, one of the things I've sort of thought about with Henry is that he has that phrase unscienced but alive. One of the challenges for him is, well, do you have to have the science first?
What I was wondering.
I think that becomes a problem for him as he teaches, because he has done that kind of formal education and drawn and has that kind of rigor, which he then encounters as sort of constraint, or like you said, kind of pre-existing form. But then when he comes to teach others, he's like, well, maybe just get in there and do this quickly and take a minute. And lots of his pupils kind of retrospectively sort of say, well, what did we actually learn? This wasn't an education, or what?
Even Matisse and Picasso, they had that kind of academic training, and Matisse would say to students, assume the role, as if you're the model themselves. I mean, I say that to students in classes as well. There is this kind of balance, but I think that, there's a certain sense of you can't run before you walk. It's about not being constrained by that, allowing it to be a foundation from which then you run from.
But also me, when I try to understand the drawings, I try to reenact me in the pose. So I can understand which arm, how does it went, this leg and the other leg. Or this is, for me, as an art historian, important to understand what is done. And I have also the experience of life drawing. So this is easier to understand what the people done 300 years ago.
See what they go through. Dominic.
Hello. I'm very nervous at the moment, so I might clumsily explain this. Oh, I definitely don't want to microphone. But I come at this from a slightly different perspective. I've life modelled at the Royal Academy for a decade, over a decade actually. And so I'm grounded in some way in the academic tradition. However, I also reject the academic tradition. And I've noticed during the course of this conversation that there's, it's very heavily weighted towards, so I've written a book which is published next year, the title of which is a question, are life models artists? And I think you have identified two situations. One's a kind of posing which I call anatomical data entry, which is the sort of thing that you might have, if you were a model, you might have inhabited one of these academic kinds of poses set by a tutor at the academy in 1850, for example. And then Henry, I think, adopted a more anarchic approach, according to which he allowed the models freedom to inhabit whatever poses made sense to them. But the thing that I think's possibly missing is what distinguishes these two situations, an academic pose set by a tutor and then the model being inspired to create their own pose. I hate this word pose, but I won't talk about that right now, is that as soon as the pose is improvised, as soon as the model improvises the pose, then the hierarchy changes, and I identify this hierarchy. Artist-model, this is where the artistry is taking place, not down here, or not usually down here where the model is. I redress this by suggesting it's actually two distinct artistic practices. Artist, artist, so painter, drawer, sculptor, model, I prefer to refer to a model as a performance artist. So I'm simply suggesting as soon as you improvise these forms that you create, you then become an artist in your own right. And I prefer to think of things in that way. And I wonder if you're sympathetic with this idea. I hope I've explained that well. Then I'll finish on this one.
I think I should apologize for saying the model is a technical object.
But
I think in the academic times, it's the best way to explain the situation, and it's not the situation now, I think.
Well, I have no antagonism towards that, because the purpose of the question, are life models artists, is that it is not a statement. I'm not suggesting life models are artists, rather that there are some contexts, not the anatomy class, but some within which it might be the case that models are engaged in artistry. And so, yeah, I'm very sympathetic with all that you said.
I think it's collaboration. The artist and the model.
Oh, but
Collaborate.
you see, this is the thing. As I was explaining in the, I know time's short, but I think the language is so heavily loaded. So there you go. You've defined the hierarchy in terms of the artist and model. And then I redress that by suggesting that if it's a true collaboration, a truly symbiotic, creative relationship, then it's no longer artist-model. Because if you're suggesting that there's an artist and a model, then you're suggesting that the artistry is taking place here, the model is something other than the artist.
Well,
I'm suggesting that we're both artists.
Collaboration is sort of more equalised, and that the painter has to respond to the natural inclinations or desires of the model, rather than just imposing a classical sculpture.
That's true. I'm so sympathetic with that. That's amazing.
And I think very much with Rodin, if you look at discussions or images of Rodin's drawings, that was the sort of the very fast sketches of models walking around the studio. That's I think how that was thought of. A symbiotic relationship.
Someone at the top there. I think this is going to be the last question then.
I have 20 I've been an art educator for quite a long time, and what interests me, is the change between that early modern academy style of teaching, which was representing the secret ideas by and large, and the contemporary example we see where we get encouragement to express more embodied experience. And then we get Henri seems on the cusp. But did Henri Stant, as an art educator, have any purchase on the academy or the institutions of the age?
That's a great question. Yeah, thank you. My book about George Bellows was called On the Cusp, so I think I've communicated something that's handy. Henry was an anarchist, quite profoundly an anarchist, and taught at the Farrar School that Emma Goldman founded in New York. And so there is a kind of, I think there is interested more generally in a kind of philosophically anarchistic education and practice. And so I think that's where he fits in one sense. In terms of his relationship to the academy in America, he's very focused on the idea of the kind of non-juried exhibition and a kind of, an attempt to at least push against some of that kind of that formal structure that you could then see in his practice. I was just going to, just very briefly on the previous point, it collaborates, I think we might say, with Isadora Duncan at the time, and that sense of his painting of her as meeting two artists meeting as equals, in the sense that that he's inspired by her dance and her poses and things in that way. So I think there's something happening there. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, so welcome back. We are going to get started. So I just want to do a quick reminder that today's proceedings are being recorded. And without further ado, I'm going to hand it up to Carol Nataf to introduce the next session.
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you to those who were joining us. We're going to go straight into the second panel for today that's entitled Exposure and Expression, Life Modeling. And it follows Tuesday's virtual panel, Life Model as Laborer and Artist, and exploring the model's agency and embodied experience in the canonical exercise of life drawing. As art historians trained like me to analyze the creative process, we often exclusively embrace the point of view of artists studying the life model. And for those of us like me, and I've realized many of us are in the same case, as someone who practices life drawing, the model's body turns into the object of a focused gaze. So the three papers we're about to hear offer us the opportunity to reverse the direction of that gaze by centering on the practice and experience of models. Our three speakers reconsider life models as active contributors to the creative process. So each speaker is going to speak for 20 minutes, and then we will gather together at the end for a Q&A, which will be recorded. So our first speaker, Fra Beecher, is a life model, a photographic artist, and the director of United Models Life Drawing. And her paper is titled The Body Captured, Photography in the Life Room, and will invite us to think about power and vulnerability in the life room. And then we will turn to Tomasz Aleš, who is a researcher at the Institute of Art History at the Czech Academy of Science in Prague, an assistant professor in the Department of Art History of Masaryk University, Brno. And his paper is entitled Employed, Exposed, Captured, Life Model Praxis in 18th Century Vienna, and addresses life modeling as a historical practice. Last but not least, we'll hear from Yan Chen. She's an artist, researcher, and professor at the School of Museum of Fine Arts at Tufts University. Her paper, Skinning Nudity, Life Modeling Practice in Singapore, will consider the politics of nudity. So, Fra, the floor is yours.
I'll start by saying thank you for this opportunity to gather together some very disconnected thoughts initially into something a bit more formal and hopefully thought-provoking. I'll also start with a disclaimer. This presentation draws on my own experiences as a life model and photographer. I'm interested in opening a dialogue through this sharing. I do not have the answers to the questions I'm asking, sorry. I only know that I have boundaries in both mediums and that exploring these is of interest to me and hopefully those here today. As a woman, it is easy to feel that my body is not my own, that it belongs to the men who observe me. When I look in the mirror or take a photograph of myself, I am performing for the male gaze. As John Berger suggests, men act and women appear. Men look at women, women watch themselves being looked at. The surveyor of woman in herself is male. This can be even more keenly felt in the life room. When a pose is requested by a tutor, a length of time is stated and then extended. I might be asked to adopt a pose which is unnatural for my body or to recreate an existing piece of art. In these moments, I become an object to be manipulated, a canvas to be stretched. This is a huge part of my role. Like an actor, I can be directed. But to capture my body with a camera is not part of the agreement. I've worked as a life model for 11 years. I first posed with a life model collective in Cardiff, not long after graduating from my BA in photographic art. I have never liked having my picture taken, even with my clothes on. In the early days of my modelling career, it was often necessary to provide a nude image to book a job, or to allow one to be taken to satisfy an artist's request during a private session. I did not feel able to say no to these requests because I was new to the role and was unsure of my rights. Looking back, I regret my acceptance of these requests. They were often made by older, more established male artists. Saying no in these instances felt impossible. I was agreeing to something which I did not feel comfortable providing, but didn't understand how to withhold. Since moving to Bristol and founding my own life model collective in 2017, I formed a better understanding of my role as a life model, performer, and artist, and find it easier to express my objections in these situations. I chose to speak about this topic to share some concerns I have about photography existing within life drawing spaces, and conversely, how I found a way to explore my role photographically through my master's project, Body of Work. In my experiences of hosting and modelling for life drawing sessions, some attendees have inquired about whether photographs are something they can request, unsure what the rules are of this new space they have entered. Occasionally, artists raise the question in a way that suggests they have asked before and received positive responses. In very rare cases, they assume it is acceptable without thinking to ask. I feel uneasy whenever the question of reference photos is raised in the life room. A photograph in this setting feels like a misunderstanding of the rules of engagement for attending a life drawing class, a violation of a relationship of trust that, to me, is unacceptable and deeply problematic. I will share 3 specific experiences throughout this presentation, the first of which happened during a tutored session in an arts institution. I removed my robe and placed it on the chair that would be my seat for the session. I settled into a pose and waited for the tutor to announce that she had started the timer. I let my gaze rest in the corner of the room, still shifting my body to decide what might be the most comfortable arrangement of my limbs for this long pose. I noticed a student raising her phone up towards me in the way that denotes a person is about to take a photograph. She did this without any communication, no attempt to gain my consent. I put my hand out, hoping she understood my body language, since I was too surprised for words. It shocked me that she had not even asked the tutor if this was acceptable behaviour for a life class. On seeing my reaction, the tutor authoritatively responded to the situation, stating that the image should not have been taken and would need to be deleted. The student was surprised by this. She had only wanted a reference for when the session was over. Smartphones have made it easier for imagery to be captured with or without consent. Many life drawing groups now post photographs and videos from their sessions on their social media accounts. This imagery often includes life models in pose, surrounded by clothed attendees. To my eyes, these scenes on my feed are concerning. Did the models know that this footage was being recorded? If they were asked, did they feel unable to say no? Does this practice becoming normalised create a tension or a bridge between a traditional practice and today's morals? Cameras have not been traditionally allowed in these spaces. Digital devices such as tablets and smartphones have become more common in life during classes, but it's hard to know if their cameras are being used surreptitiously. The cameras feel different in that we all have them. We can record each minute detail of our lives and share these details widely. Almost every place and space can be photographed. I feel I have a duty to speak about my concerns regarding these practices becoming too entwined. But this does not mean I wish to criticise nude photography, artists who choose to work from photographs, or life models who photograph themselves or are photographed by others. A life drawing space is sacred. Curtains and blinds are drawn, doors are closed. There should be no spectators in a life class, only active participants. These simple interventions protect the models and their privacy and help to create a safe space for artists to make work. If we accept photography and videography of nude models in these spaces, we take away the protections that the curtains create. When I first moved to Bristol, I worked for a class where every week 6 models would pose simultaneously, moving between areas with different pose lengths throughout the 2-hour session. It was good to have the opportunity to speak with other models, as life modelling was usually a more solitary experience. At the end of a session, a model returned to our changing area, giddy from an experience with an artist. He had asked for a photograph to help him to finish his portrait of her. She had happily obliged, feeling a sense of pride that he had wanted to work more on his drawing of her. The artist then approached me and made the same request. I responded by stating that I would need to be paid for this. He did not feel this would be fair, since he had paid for the class. Later, when I walked around the room to admire everyone's work and to ask for photographs of the drawings of me, he stated the hypocrisy of my behaviour. If I was allowed to take away a copy of his work, why could he not take a photograph of me? I have always enjoyed gathering photographs of drawings at the end of a session. Sometimes an artist will let me keep a drawing when I have commented on it. This can feel like a tip, an appreciation from the artist for the work I have done. A reminder that each life drawing is a collaboration between creatives. Am I a hypocrite, or are these 2 photographic requests very different from each other? Is a photograph of a life model a tip for the artist? Should artists be able to walk away with a photographic souvenir from a session for their personal consumption? His request suggested to me that he misunderstood the work of life models, that he saw us as passive muses. I was offended that he didn't see that we were equals as artists. But if we were equals, then was it fair that we both could ask to take away a photograph of each other's work for free? Were we each asking as a courtesy while feeling entitled to a yes? Drawings are made over time through careful observation. Life models consent to this. Looking is permitted, strongly encouraged. A photograph in this setting feels like it changes the act of looking into something closer to staring. I also worry about these kinds of nude photographs of me being shared with others without context. If the image is captured by an artist and stored within their phone's camera roll, there can be no guarantee of when it will be deleted. For me, if a life model holds a pose and is photographed by a life artist, this is a kind of theft, both monetarily and creatively. I often experience a kind of devaluing of my role. Tutors or artists might see me as a prop, not a creative practitioner in my own right. Life class attendees often ask, "And do you draw?" implying that they see no artistry in modelling, only in translating the body onto paper. Or they assume that I am an exhibitionist, a naturist who has volunteered my time. I have been asked, "Can you make a living from this?" Considering these feelings, it felt important and also very complicated for me to begin working with my 2 mediums to make a photographic project about life modelling. However, photography is a way for me to communicate, and I hoped I would be able to confront my issues of being photographed, to question the misconceptions of the life model's role. In 2018, I enrolled on an MA photography course with this question in my mind. How could I explore my relationship to modelling through photography in the life room if I disagreed with this practice? My initial experiments were with my own body. I could not expect other models to pose for my camera if I wasn't prepared to expose myself first. I worked in a photography studio and the darkroom, exploring life drawing in photographic spaces. This kept me from my concerns about bringing cameras into life drawing spaces. I didn't like seeing my body reflected to me in this way. It reminded me of another reason why I hate being asked for reference photographs. When I pose nude, I have this internal gaze, which helps me to understand what a pose looks like to those drawing me. With each session I have modelled for, I have gained greater knowledge of my own body and how to hold my limbs in a way which feels comfortable, but will still challenge the artists. When I see photographs of myself, I view my body through a different, more critical gaze. I find problems with my appearance. Modelling is a way for me to feel more comfortable in my own skin. Photographs of my body remind me of the uncomfortable feelings. These photographs only allowed me to explore how I viewed myself. Working in the studio also did not reflect the experience of modelling in the venues where life drawing actually takes place. As the host of a weekly life drawing session, I was able to use this environment to experiment photographically. Most of the artists were regular attendees who knew about my project and were curious about the work I was making. I brought my own camera and asked all the attendees to photograph me as the camera was passed around during a pose. I think this approach helped them to feel involved in the project as collaborators. The images were taken of my poses through their eyes with my lens. Taking photographs in this way, while I could be the owner of the images as well as the subject, made the experiment feel safer and more like an extension of the drawing practice. The difference to my previous experiences of being photographed while modelling, I could be the sole owner of these images. I could have complete control over how they were stored and the context in which they would be shared. I also made images from my view so that I could capture the artist's gaze. This felt interesting as I was looking back, confronting their gaze. But it didn't work because it reflected the artist's individual personalities too much. There was a single image which gave me a new direction. A quick snap taken on my camera phone at the end of a session for a 60-hour pose. This fold-away chair, which I had been seated on for 3 hours, twice a week, for 10 weeks. This photograph of the scene I had posed in spoke more of my modelling experience than a nude image of myself. The chair looked more like a torture device than something you would desire to sit on for a prolonged period of time. My work began to make sense because of the insight I have. Through being both a life model and photographer, I could see the physical work of life models without focusing on the vulnerability associated with their nudity or reinforcing the sexual associations with the female body. I could make images in these spaces which elevated the role of life models instead of exploiting them. I began visiting life drawing spaces and studios where sessions weren't taking place. I recorded details which, as a life model, are intrinsic to my role. I had found a way to feel comfortable making images in the life room. I worked with models and artists to document and curate the tools used by life models, including their own bodies. The making of this work was more comparable to collecting than capturing. Body of work has 6 chapters: seated, sustained, subject, dynamic, standing, and object. Towards the end of my master's, the first COVID-19 lockdown moved physical life drawing classes into virtual rooms. Initially, I assumed I would not model online. Appearing nude online concerned me, even if it would be in the context of an art class. There would be less control over who attended and what their intentions were. Attendees taking screenshots seemed inevitable. Speaking with other life models, I saw the benefit of creating virtual environments, experiences for artists to draw and feel part of a community, in a time when togetherness was restricted. Virtual sessions quickly became a normality, and surprisingly, I began to enjoy the creative challenge of making a two-dimensional experience feel 3D. It was even more interesting to work in this way in light of my recent photographic investigations. However, I was also troubled by some virtual life drawing practices. Sessions which required artists to mute their microphones made me suspicious. Tutors who didn't encourage attendees to share their drawings made me feel disconnected and devalued. I also did not feel comfortable modelling for any sessions where a recording was made, which could be accessed after the event. I wanted to keep some connection to the life room, even if we could not be there physically. For me, interactions are what make modelling for and attending a life drawing session so engaging and rewarding. Sharing a creative space with others, being open to critique, speaking about our inspirations. I chose to be a life model to be part of this. Good online sessions had the same sense of community. We were together in time. I met with many life models online and expanded my community further. We held virtual meetings to discuss our experiences, which gave me new insights and ideas to explore in my modelling and photography practice. I collaborated with Explorist, Mark Parsons, throughout 2021. We held experimental life drawing sessions for writers, musicians and sculptors, all over Zoom. Last year we worked together in person for the first time. While Mark was happy to be photographed during this session, I was not, so I took pictures for him while he posed. Mark collaborated with several photographers for his parallel ritual project. In his summary of this work, he writes, "My use of my own body and capturing images of myself is to create a story, and so the aesthetics of this are important. I'm likely to choose a more flattering angle in the images I choose. In a sense, I'm turning the male gaze on myself, where where others are taking pictures either as a record or record and output combined. I'm at the mercy of this. This is more honest, less idealised, and feels more like a life drawing class." The idealised body was something I wanted to avoid with body of work, and it was made possible by moving away from self-portraiture. Photographing other models was closer to the practice of drawing than working with my own body. Mark and I never invited photographers to work with us in our collaborative Zoom sessions. Perhaps I would be more open to this now, considering what I'm continuing to learn through my photographic practice and our ongoing collaboration. I was invited to pose for a new virtual group, which a fellow life model had set up. The attendees were all artists who had drawn this model before. These sessions were a joy to pose for. The group met every Monday on Zoom for a year and became very close. It was hard to believe that some of them had never met in person. There was one artist in particular who always praised the work of others and the model's poses. One evening he was struggling with technical issues and was unable to connect to the meeting for most of the session. I considered allowing him to make a screenshot to work from. However, I reasoned that it would be too complicated to suggest this in front of the other attendees. It might imply that I was comfortable for them to do the same, or then or in the future. The next day I received an email from him, which contained 2 attachments and an admission. He had accidentally taken a screenshot of me during the session and wished to publish 2 crops from it on his blog, alongside his drawings. Since I had been experiencing an internal battle regarding offering a screenshot to him, but had chosen the outcome that would make me feel safest, I felt even more disheartened by his actions. Consent and privacy are very important to me as a life model, a photographer, and a woman. I'm too aware of how women's bodies are exploited, especially on the internet. I responded by requesting that the images be deleted, and I was assured that they were. The benefit of this interaction was that I was able to keep the images. This opened a creative door for me. I started to record my screen when I was modelling, returning to a kind of self-portraiture. By recording myself, I felt that I was owning my image, protecting myself in some way. I made screenshots of these recordings and cropped into the images. There was something interesting about making a self-portrait from the recording of a life drawing class. I performed for the artists rather than a camera, but I could then capture that performance through a lens. I still searched for poses which looked good, but the image quality was so low that the results were far from ideal. What does it mean to make photographs in this way, without a camera at all? Do they speak more of the exploitation of women online than of the curious experience of virtual life drawing? This is my current position within my practice. I'm still working with imagery I made during virtual sessions in 2021. By writing this paper, I have started a new chapter of research rather than reaching an end. The interactions I have shared today were the most relevant to my inquiries, but there were others, and there will continue to be more. Each experience is confronting, but can also be supportive of my creative practice. Thank you. I've never done this before, but I made a QR code for my website in case you wanted to read the statements that come alongside the bits of work, because it was too much to put them in that 20-minute presentation. So I'll just leave that up for a second if anyone wants to do it. Whatever that's called. It's not a picture, isn't it? It's scanning the QR code. Thanks. Thank you so much.
So good afternoon. I would like to express my thanks to the organizers of this beautiful event, and it's a great honor to me to be here and share part of my research today with you. And the life models at the Vienna Academy is another part of my research about this institution and art production in the late 18th century in Vienna in general. Although I have been dealing with this topic for a while now, you will see that at some points we, or more precisely I, sometimes still have more questions than answers. And even if I'm dealing with the situation in one particular academy, I hope that some of the raised questions or problems could be useful when we look at the other academies as well. I will divide my talk in 3 parts. I will briefly introduce you to the situation in Vienna regarding art academies. Then I move up toward the question of life drawing within these Viennese artistic institutions. Finally, I will focus on individual models and their social and working positions in the light of period written sources. It's known that among the oldest art academies in Central Europe were those institutions in Nuremberg, Berlin, and Vienna. However, some of them started as private schools in the studios of particular artists and received official status later. This was also the case in Vienna, where the painter Peter Strudel established a private academy in 1688, which was only later recognized and developed into the official institution. And this institution still had many problems. As you can see on this plan of Vienna, the academy really changed the locations because they didn't have any suitable spaces for education of a large number of students that were inscribed into the academy. The newly established academy initially didn't have any competitors, I mean, in Vienna or in the Habsburg monarchy in general at the time, but from the 1750s onwards, the situation began to change as other initially semi-private academies were established with the support of the imperial court. Although all of these schools and their agendas, they all mainly try to improve the artistic education at the Habsburg monarchy, ergo the quality and competitiveness of local artistic production. So for a relatively short time, there were several more or less independent artistic schools in Vienna, until they are finally merging into one institution in 1772, which is the academy that still operates in Vienna today. So when we look at the Viennese artistic institution through the prism of life drawing praxis, we can clearly see different phases and developments. The already mentioned first Strudel Academy was somewhat more connected to traditional artistic workshop education, which Peter Strudel personally knew from Karl Loth's studio in Venice. And it is assumed that in the sense of the workshop environment, Strudel also used life models to educate his pupils, but written and visual sources are very scarce, and the reconstruction of life drawing practice in this academy is rather difficult. However, after Strudel died in 1714, the academy temporarily shut down, and new opening in 1726 was managed by its newly appointed director, Jacob van Scoepen. Although from a family of Flemish origin, he was fully incorporated into French artistic networks, so it is not surprising that during his appointment there was a clear shift of academy orientation from Italy towards France, especially to the famous Royal Academy of Painting and Sculpture. This shift has manifested itself, for example, in introducing regular artistic prizes, organizing public lectures, exemptions from membership in traditional artistic guilds, and of course in developing the classes with live models, as is attested by many drawings preserved at the graphic collection of the Academy. The importance of this type of education for the Academy is evident also from the engraving, which you can see on the left side, which was most probably fictional, but it had to serve like a remembering for the occasion of the reopening of the school in 1726 and the election of Van Scoepen as the director. The engraving was published in 1735 in the 9th volume of the Historische Bildersaal, which was sort of Historia Universalis, recording essential moments of European history. Therefore, it's clear that from this point, the live drawing praxis became not just a significant part of the educational processes, but also a crucial segment of the institutional identity. This was confirmed especially in the following decades during the directorship of Martin van Meitens, when the Academy finally acquired stable premises for its functioning in the building of the Viennese University, which you can see on the painting from Bernardo Bellotto. Together with so-called Ratssaal, or council chamber, the model room became one of the most essential spaces of the Academy, defining its own institutional identity and forming the core for the development of all arts, as is attested, for example, by the relief Minerva as a protectress of arts, which was presented as a reception piece, or also the reception, by the sculptor Johann Nepomuk Platzer in 1772. I'm not sure if you can see it, but there is some portrait on the wall. It's a portrait of the Empress Maria Theresa, which was sort of present of all this activity, and also her was perceived like the patroness of the arts at the Academy as well. The light drawing lessons were also important for newly established academies, such as the Drawing and Engraving Academy founded in 1766 by Jakob Matthias Schmutzer. This gifted draftsman and engraver studied for several years in Paris at the school of German engraver Johann Georg Will, or Jean-Georges Will. And upon Schmutzer's return to Vienna, he used all newly acquired skills in his institution, which was later integrated into the United Academy of Fine Arts. Evidence of Schmutzer's academic program, that's the exactly place. You can see that he still kept his academy kind of semi-private in his apartment in this city palace in the city center of Vienna. Evidence of Schmutzer's academic program is also apparent in his portrait, which was done as a reception piece by two of his students, and besides the fact that they tried to catch a certain visual likeness to Schmutzer's admired teacher, Johann Georg Will, in the famous portrait by Jean-Baptiste Corrèze, presented details referring to the two leading educational tools at the Academy: live model drawing and working directly in the nature, as is shown by the pair of the drawings captured in one of the drawers, the left side, and the drawing with a part of human figure, which you can see in the artist's portfolio. Models posed into the composition, sort of tableau vivant, were also used during Academy festivities. For example, during the official presentation of Academy articles, as was subsequently mentioned in the Viennese newspapers. And as you can see, the compositions were taken from the contemporary literary sources, like poems, etc. In the following decades, Schmutzer prepared hundreds of live model drawings, and these studies, made in highly distinctive manner, no doubt reminding works of Schmutzer's Parisian colleagues, and bearing the artist's bold signature were copied and translated into print as a sort of trademarks, and they were usually used at the academy until the 19th century, almost until the late 19th century. The culmination of the visual evidence regarding the relationship between Vienna Academy and the life model praxis is undoubtedly the painting which we have already seen today by Martin Ferdinand Quadal, which was finished in 1787 and most likely related to the transfer of the academy into the former Jesuit St. Anne Monastery in Vienna, where the institution resides for almost next 100 years. Although the exact circumstances of the work's origin are unknown, Quadal undoubtedly intended it as a significant gesture towards the institution with which he had many personal ties. The early transformation of the painting to print demonstrate that the painting soon became part of the academy's self-representation to the public. Quadal consciously referred to early works on similar themes, especially those by his contemporary Johann Zoffany, and indeed Quadal was undoubtedly already familiar with Zoffany's famous work, The Portraits of the Academicians of the Royal Academy, which he could have seen during his previous stay in London. However, the institutions were only one side of the story, although we can't omit the sources from the institutional side for the straightforward reason that we often don't have any other sources. We can at least try to get a closer look at the position of academic models, their working conditions, or their position in society. Already in older academic regulations, only male models are always mentioned and allowed. However, it is clear that some of the professors repeatedly emphasize the need for female models to better educate young artists. So Van Schoopen, like his many French colleagues, tried to use female models besides the male ones, although the former only in the privacy of his studio. Although some of these studies were dispersed on the art market, several examples, probably from Van Schoopen's circle, are still in the graphic collection of the Academy. As we can see in these three examples capturing identical model, the moral suitability for the environment of the Academy was in this case at least partially secured through additional censorship of genitals by drawn pieces of cloth which were added later. With the idea of female models came again Jakob Matthias Schmutze a few years later, when he was trying to secure sufficient support for his newly established drawing and engraving academy. But he raised another pressing issue relating to life drawing besides the morality or gender of the models, which was the money. Although Schmutze tried to push through the effort to provide his students with, quote, models of all ages and both sexes, unquote, and we have to remark that to avoid suspicion from the authorities, he proposed that the female models meant to be dressed, but this was in the Habsburg monarchy, it was evidently still not enough to secure moral status of the students. He aimed much more at reducing financial costs by taking advantage of individual models' precarity. So in his proposal, as models should have been used, quote, under necessary watch, unquote, especially, quote, young people and women from prison and on people from a poorhouse, unquote. And they should get only minimal compensations. Although the authorities probably didn't accept even this proposal, and Schmutze most probably failed also with the other options that the students themselves should serve as models if necessary, it raises a vital question of social position of the models and their potential exploitation. According to written sources, Viennese artistic academies usually permanently employed 2 male models, and an additional model could be hired on the day salary base. However, the salary of permanently employed models was relatively high at the time. On average, it was between 150 and 200 florins per year, which was not so far away from the salary of the teachers. But we have to consider many other aspects as well. Besides the physically demanding posing during the classes, the models had to perform even more tasks during day-to-day running of the academy. The academy regulations from 1770 stated in that matter that the models have to clean the study rooms, carry wood, and secure heating in winter. And in general, they should carry out everything that is assigned to them by the secretary or the professors of the academy, and do so willingly and diligently. This statement followed a remark that, quote, anyone who wishes to complain about this or withdraw from it, it's free to seek his fortune elsewhere and avoid the service at the academy, unquote. However, the possibility of losing a job or changing a position was far more dangerous. This may have happened for several reasons. First, we can call, according to the sources, aging and degradation of the body, which doesn't offer, quote, beautiful shapes for the imagination of the students, unquote, anymore. Moreover, similar to the professors of the Royal Academy in Paris, the teachers in Vienna were worried about the tiring monotony of the same models. So the, quote, directors would have to look around from time to time among the well-grown class of the ordinary people, especially the soldiers, unquote. In these cases, the academy offered at least some solutions, and most of the former models got another position, such as doorkeepers, messengers, etc. This is clear from these registers, which you can see here, where you can see the changes in the position of individual models. For example, one of them, Lorenz Klar, became a doorkeeper in 1772, and his place to Dominique Kiel, who was 14 years later, in 1786, marked as one, quote, who is not fit for his purpose anymore, unquote. However, the change of working position accompanied also a pay cut, resulting in existential difficulties for many former models who, quote, dedicated their best years to the academy, unquote, as is stated in many letters preserved in the academy archive. Maybe these social tensions were also behind the problems of the above-mentioned Dominique Kiel, who, despite many warnings, didn't, quote, give up his evil habit of daily intoxication, unquote, and working with open flames and lightning this posed a clear risk for in the eyes of the academy, and he was therefore dismissed. Although we are not as far along in research of the role of the models, like in the case of the Académie Royale in Paris, it's clear that also in Vienna models played an essential part in the artistic development of individual students, and also within the power strategies of particular professors and artists. However, as we have seen from the testimonies of period sources, the academic models were more than just juxtaposed bodies of artistic tools. They were first of all individuals with their own life stories, ambitions and problems, who imprinted themselves into dozens of artworks and became their essential agents. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank Isabel and Zoe for the invitation and for everyone spending the afternoon here. This paper is extracted from my PhD dissertation, Skimming Nudity, a reading of nudities in art and law in the Singapore context under the European Graduate School, which was defended and completed in 2018. I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity to share this research after life took multiple turns with COVID and life drawing opportunities in Singapore became few and far between, even within educational spaces. It was hard to justify a crowded room with a nude model during a pandemic. It made even less sense of Zoom. We're slowly recovering these spaces in Singapore, even as COVID persists. The nude is a way of thinking about our bodies borrowed from and seen through the lens of art. An invisible membrane hovering above our skin, suspended in its strangeness, manifested through language. As a vessel for the sea and naked body it encompasses, nudity is both a boundary of thinking about our body and a fiction to be worn. Our understanding of nudity creates a gaze, which is then projected onto our skin, a fiction that we wear, one recognizes one's body as nude. The image of nudity as another skin suggests that nudity is not a natural state, but something that can be applied. Thus, to be nude is to undergo a transformation, which is one of the definitions of not only artifice, but art itself. Perhaps the term nude art is tautological. The movement from craft to art is always already an exposure, a stripping away of becoming nude. Thinking about nude, naked and bare, through the writings of Bernhard Lorenzen, Kenneth Clark, John Berger, Flaminio Baldoni, Francis Bozello, and Ruth Barkan, reveals the process of becoming art. Representation as a way of seeing also implies that nudity can be recrafted and recomposed. As Francois Julien reminds us, the nude makes manifest. John of Nancy and Federico Ferrari's reading of nude, we, and nude, in their seminal book Being Nude, The Skin of Images, reviews a plurality of potential readings of the nude, thus nudities. Interpretations are multifold, and for the life modeling profession, one that's painted contextually by intersecting legal, social, educational, media, and artistic frameworks. More importantly, through the model's own authorship. The Occidental conception of nudity is richly debated, yet beyond those geographies, the body is dismissively othered. Confucianism looks at the naked body with disdain, an insult to manners and propriety. Chinese aesthetics lean towards expressions of transience and ephemerality. A figure exists to contrast atmospheres and environments. A case study on the 19th century Kerala show up colonial conceptions of indecency against cultural and class stressing, contributing to conflict around social order and religious belief during the Chana Bahala. Social structures present in Singapore clash against the state proclamation of Asian values. What are these so-called Asian values pertaining to nudity? Keeping in mind that the term itself is a recent construct brought forth by states and statesmen eager to utilize a certain version of history to continue subjugating its populations, also which includes Asia. One contends with the lack of records and the sheer difficulty in tracing artistic lineages imported from different parts of the world. Unlike a well-established theme genre canon of nudity in Western art, the ones in Singapore are fragmented, dispersed, non-linear. Our nation state is, after all, a young one. Our land is not, and the bodies which inhabit it are not. How do we understand nudity in the context of Singapore art today? And how do practitioners in Singapore see, practice, engage with the notion of nudity alongside legal, social, censorship structures that aim to persecute the naked body, to reclaim agency over their own nudities? For today, I'll focus on life modeling, alongside 3 observations. The Miscellaneous Offences Public Order and Nuisance Act, implemented in 1996, media coverage on life modeling in Singapore from 1977 to the 1990s, and interviews with professional life models in Singapore, which I did in 2017. On February 27, 1996, the Miscellaneous Offences Public Order and Nuisance Amendment Bill was read for a second time by Associate Professor Ho Ping Kee, Senior Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Home Affairs, introducing a new updated offence in Section 27A. This was in response to a case from 1993 where a couple living in Yishun Street 21 walked about in the nude in their apartment in full view of their neighbours from the opposite block. The sight caused a stir in the neighbourhood, yet it was difficult to prove that the couple's actions has caused damages to other people. Considering an increasing number of Singaporeans living in close quarters in high-rise buildings, the bill was passed to check and maintain decent public behaviour, and to protect the morality, this is under quotes, morality and dignity of neighbouring residents and passersby. So this is the news article that came out. And this is the bill. There were suggestions for the word intentionality to be added into Section 27A. Yet it was shut down by Mr. Chu Wee Kiang of Jalan Besar GRC, who did not understand, and I quote, how a person can unintentionally appear nude. Mr. Chu considered the body who sees as that who passes judgment and takes offense regardless of intention. the public as legal body are helpless and in need of protection. Perhaps the state needs the public to embody the innocent symbol of the child to affirm its own justice. Its citizens remain all children until the moment one is caught stark naked. The accused citizen is suddenly a full-grown adult. The state poses as a protector for the morality of its citizens, but excludes the naked person. Instead, it is the outside, the neighbors and passerby, who require protection from the private individual's nudity. The moment one undresses, one has already stepped outside of legal protection. In other words, a citizen is always dressed, and thus there is no such thing as simply cannot be an undressed citizen. So in this bill, the amendment is what I highlighted in yellow, which is a really bizarre one, which means if someone is caught naked in a private space, so long as it's open to public view, yes, he can be charged. The statute courted much amusement and imaginings, yet it became very clear that nudity has become an offense. And a naked body is not just intended to be seen, it is also already by default offends public decency and order, and thus is already guilty. The public needs to be protected from themselves. Visibility becomes the threshold between public and private spaces. So that was 1996. So I'm going to cover what happened before 1996 and how it applies to life models. I sourced for news articles published in Singapore that are related to nudity and nakedness from 1970 to 2017. For the most part, discussions of the nude lie within administrative and legal language of the state. These reports can be broadly put into three categories: nudity related to artistic practices, nudity related to censorship and policy building, nudity observed in public. While the research is extensive, it's by no means conclusive or complete. For the interest of these presentations, we will only focus on those that happen to mention life drawing. 1971. One of the earliest mentions of nude modeling is found in a February 1971 article in The New Nation. It highlights the open attitude of a model in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, who distinguishes nude modeling from, I quote, underhanded business, and believes Malaysians must be mature before embracing such exposure. Singapore Monitor published a short report from the Beijing Evening News in 1984, stating that 10 Chinese art schools are introducing nude models into their curricula. It claims that this was supported by the late Chairman Mao Zedong, despite the Cultural Revolution's ban on nude modeling through the anti-spiritual campaign. The article encouraged young people to consider nude modeling as a profession. 1985, next year. Business Times published a report that more than 1,000 young people have answered an advertisement for 20 nude model positions in East China Normal College, Shanghai Theatre College, and the College of Art, Shanghai University. This is followed by the Straits Times, which is a Singapore newspaper, article titled Art Models in China, which interviewed Chinese youth on what they thought of the profession. Some shared their aspiration for the artistic endeavor, some felt safe to do so, it was approved by government, and most did so for the money. This is the article. LaSalle College of the Arts was founded in 1984 by LaSallian brother Joseph McNally. And in 1987, brother Joseph McNally decided to introduce life drawing and painting in the art curriculum in Singapore. There were no institutions in Singapore which offered nude modeling prior to this. A weekly gathering of artists who were keen to study the figure led to the formation of one of our earliest group of live drawing artists, collective models, artists at space, called Group 19. But they did face much difficulty finding nude models for their sessions. In the article in 1988, Nanyang Academy of Fine Art, which is the oldest art institution in Singapore, which was founded in the 1930s, the vice principal lamented they had to approach the labor ministry, families and friends of students, and even put up advertisements in small hotels for tourists in the hope of finding more willing life models. There were complaints against the report. They criticized that it conflicted, and in quotes, with Singapore's concern with preserving Asian values. It was guided by decency, propriety, and shame. So in 1989, artists in Singapore considered whether nudity would be controversial in a more conservative Eastern society. They described life drawing as actually the most difficult to get a good grasp of in art, and that models had to build up a professional dignity for themselves. Artists must continue with professional ethical work and lead the public to take seriously the view of what new paintings are. Heeding to a call for models in LaSalle, Susan, a beautician and nude model, shared in the Straits Times that the most rewarding and exciting aspect to nude modeling was to see how students interpreted her body. Others agreed that the pay was good, and most did not want their families to know that they were working as nude models. A British tourist who posed at LaSalle had found the advertisements for nude models in Bencoolen Street and Serangoon Road, so it was just an ad that was stuck to a wall somewhere on the street. Artists also retorted against negative impressions of nude modeling in the Straits Times. The reporter even visited a nude session and concurs that there was, in her quotes, nothing sexually indecent in the air. All these articles showed an effort to push for more accepting attitudes towards what is deemed necessary in Singapore's art education. And then lastly, I think this might be the article. Okay, no, I don't have the last one, but this is from 1995. Straits Times reported that Miss Tai Yue had set up the first nude artistic modeling school and agency in Taiwan that trains models on their stamina, muscle strength, and mental preparation for life modeling. So this has all happened before 1995, and then the bill was amended in 1996. In Singapore, Asian values are placed in opposition to Western values. Yet the liberalization of China in the late 1970s, reintroducing new models in art schools, questioned the attachment of Asian with cultural conservatism. This observation of perceived alignments reveals Singapore as a society that's afraid of its own naked body. It keeps nudity at bay with its laws, censorship, licensing structures, while it consumes the naked bodies, which it governs into its operating framework. It holds dominant control over arts funding and policy. In other words, it decides what is permissible to be seen. In Singapore, the practice of nude modeling is often related, yet not exclusively, to the field of fine arts, design and illustration, animation, anatomy, medicine, classical painting, or photography. These sessions are held in private artist studios within academies, polytechnics and universities as part of their curriculum, or in gaming and animation companies as supplementary workshops for their employees. The rhythm of a typical modeling session usually involves 20 to 25 minutes of modeling, followed by 5 minutes of rest, and a long rest in between, and that is repeated throughout the 2 to 3 hour session. In 2017, I interviewed 12 Singaporean life models to learn how they began their career, the challenges that they face, the reasons for continuing locally in spite of the context that we're in, and what they thought about nudity itself. Their careers varied from 1 to 23 years, and most of them are part-timers, with only 2 doing so full-time. So because we are very short on time, I will not go into too much detail, but I asked them to tell me what they thought nudity was to them. And these were some of the words that I captured through all the interviews. Nudity is a costume, it's a look, it's a frontier that's being crossed when one disrobes. It's a serious persona. It is a role you play, a shell that moves, a performance, an armor that's impenetrable. It is putting on your skin while nakedness is in your skin. Nudity is like makeup. Nudity is an awakening. Nudity is also like sex, both are normal and natural. Nudity is a uniform. Nudity is a color, a weapon, purpose, a secret. Be it robe, costume, or armor, life modeling necessitates a layer of skin to maintain one's privacy, which balances and harnesses the power of nudity, in contrast with vulnerability and weakness associated to nakedness. Perhaps it is simply all a delusion, after all, when it's truly capable of seeing all of I in oneself. Yet it recalls what John Berger described: to be nude is to be seen naked by others yet not recognized for oneself. The veil offers a powerful reveal, which perhaps explains why one of the models, Nina, sees life modeling as an empowering process and calls it, I quote, a feminist response to vulnerability, end quote. When I asked the models how they felt about being objectified, I was surprised to find that they embraced it. One model felt that it was not insulting, it was part of the job. Being seen as an object was very important to her, as it transforms her body into a tool meant to inspire. Another model felt immensely complimented when the teacher described her as a statue. For them, nudity takes on a dominant role in the power dynamic between the model and attendees of the session. However, there are challenges that they face. So some of the ones that described were especially when boundaries are crossed. For example, when an organizer insists on paying a model while she's still working on stage. They were irritated if the organizers extended the duration of the pose arbitrarily without informing them. At times, things that happen outside of the modeling session scares them. Sometimes they get cold calls from other models that they did not know, or people that they did not know, who insisted on practicing being nude modeling together. One model shared a story about being stalked. One student had overshared with her models, and most of them, actually in fact all of them, did not want their families to know about this aspect of their lives. Yet these discomforts were not due to legal constraints of nudity in public or in private. Despite Section 27A, the life models found a solution to addressing their nakedness. It would be difficult to say that the art studio is determinedly a private or public space, as most of such sessions are held in schools, which is public, yet with curtains drawn, windows covered, doors locked away, it creates a contained privacy that hides itself from the public. Then there is the cultural veil, traditions of classical art education playing to the economics of supplying a demand in art practice in Singapore. Models felt safe working in the context of education and the arts. They grew a supportive community through a live model WhatsApp group, what was described as, I quote, an underground secret world where they exchanged notes and experiences. The public gaze has stolen our privacy, their side-bay claim to spaces we have thought were our own. To respond to this robbery and voyeurism, live modeling opens a safe space within education where it's accepted. Departments of medicine, bioscience, sociology, and anthropology provide a shelter to justify studying models. And within there, under education, they can creatively use their nudity to reclaim the private within the public. It is only recently post-COVID that live drawing sessions are openly advertised outside of large institutions or outside of educational spaces. And I brought this little book because it just came out like a couple of weeks ago called Queer Live Drawing. It's published by a queer live drawing group. It's closed, so they take turns to model, and they wrote their thoughts. They took photographs of each other, and we just did a little work. So I'm happy to share this with you if you are interested to take a look later. Nudity can be described as a material and medium, and as metaphorical. How the body is used sculpts nudity's existence as a word and language, which in turn changes the implications it has on the everyday living body. These consequences add to and build up on its etymology. Which definition of nudity have we applied to our own bodies and to all other bodies? The notion of responsibility and hospitality emerges, and I turn to Anne Fumentel and Jacques Derrida's book of Hospitality as a method of approach alongside an understanding of Singapore's post-colonial, perhaps neo-colonial, contemporary society. If we do not imagine our nudity, we risk losing our way to our humanness. In the case of Singapore, the state will find its way in and impose its conceptions onto our private space. We will be left othered once again. While there may be no possible way to be completely independent of the state, defining our nudities allow us to reclaim the space for ourselves and address the powers which bind us. It gives us a multitude of strategies and a pluralistic way of existing, some of which can challenge the hegemonic ones. This is something that life modeling teaches us. I argue for nudity as a fiction, a space for imagination, a story to be appropriated by people for themselves. It is academic, historical, legal determinations come from changing political, social, and theoretical drives. Nudity is a crucial form of thinking about the body of the other by returning to the relevance and relationship of nudity in law and arts. Nudity protects, presents, and provides a skin to explore what it means to be human. It asks us what we make of that space that's available to us, beginning with our own bodies. The space for fiction is generous, able to encapsulate contradictory categories and definition. Its form does not regulate its contents to all or nothing, good or evil, but provides all, nothing, and everything that makes one human. And, as Yoko Ono reminds us in the current Tate Modern exhibition, and I quote, to strip means not to reveal to others, but to discover something hidden in humans. Skinning nudity, our own nudity, would be the first step to take. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the speakers to join me for Q&A. Thank you. All right, thank you so much for very rich and thought-provoking papers. Just a reminder that the Q&A is also being recorded, but yes, I think a lot of different themes bring together through the papers, but I think you all addressed the idea of the model's body and the sort of tensions there between the body being a site of expression, of performance, but also of institutional control. So, for instance, Thomas, you used drawings, you used textual primary sources to try to recover the actual practice of life model that was happening in a way that gave a sort of counter narrative to what the academic discourse on that. Yan Yun, your fascinating paper, I think, addressed nudity as also something that is performed and that pushes against the boundaries of censorship and in Singapore. And Fry, you also evoked the body as a place of vulnerability, but also this idea of taking control over that vulnerability in the space. So I was wondering if you could all speak to this sort of ambivalence of the body as a site of institutional social control, but also of expression and performance.
I definitely can't start. Maybe I'll just give a little bit of context, since my whole paper was kind of like about this. A lot of the models that I interviewed, I've worked with them for over 10 years, so I've known them for a long time. So it was easier in a way to start the conversation of trying to get their stories recorded. And given the context that of how Singapore is like, it's actually really, really hard for them to talk about the work that they do, because of the way this job is being perceived. There are a lot of assumptions, misconceptions. There is also this changing idea of what value systems affect society or what's important. And we often think of Singapore as conservative, but also at the same time in the 70s there was not. So all that framework. So I think I'm kind of probably rambling a little bit. But one of the things that I really admired about the models, the ones I interviewed, who bravely started to share their stories, and they would make requests, like, for example, please use my first name, not my last name. Please use my model name, but not my real name, even though we are friends and you know who I am. And me sort of recording and transcribing and then writing and then sending it to them and going, are you okay with this amount of information being written about me? And then they've given me feedback and back and forth. Versus the younger models who have started recently post-COVID, who are willing to publish their own book, which I think is spectacular. So these little shifts, they don't sort of frame it. I guess the research from doing it frames society at a certain period of time. But I also see it shifting quite a bit.
and also the models responding to the shifts in the environment and what they see and how they speak to each other, and then the internet, and then on Zoom. So yeah, so I think it's not static. That's probably what I just want to say. Yeah.
I think the privacy thing was interesting there, of like the need to protect themselves, like their identity and everything. I guess that's something that I understand a lot within my own practice, and like we're wanting to have control over how like other people perceive the role that I do.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I interviewed models for my master's project, and like yeah, they were happy to be included and recorded and have their names known, but it's like it's this different scenario where it's viewed as a job you wouldn't even want your family to know.
Yeah.
And having to have a model name. I guess it just reminds me of like how important it is to be safe and secure in that space, because yeah, there's a lot of vulnerability even though there's a lot of strength.
Yeah, in my case, I would love to have some direct voices of the models as a provider, but in the past it's quite difficult to find any sources to reflect the models, and that's maybe the reason why I try to take this look from this angle, because first of all I came across the topic because of the drawings, because as we heard there are thousands of drawings in the different graphic collections, and true is that I didn't know what to do with them. But I saw some real people behind these drawings, so I said to myself that I'm going to try to reconstruct at least something about their life. But another fact is that when I quoted, for example, some of the letters, they were written in the name of the models, but they were probably not written by themselves, because they were maybe not able to write or read, because they were really from the outskirts of the society in Vienna, and it's clear from the handwriting and from the language that someone educated wrote these letters for them. So all I have is some quasi voices, but still I think that's it's worth a try to do something with that.
Thank you. I think we'll open up questions to the audience.
Thank you for the fascinating papers. Is there any history of nude modelling in East Asian art, China, etc., that you know of?
I mean, there's the Shunga prints from Japan.
Sorry, the
Shunga.
Yeah.
Yeah, prints from Japan, the ukiyo-e tradition. You'd see a lot of that.
And we know that they use models, live models.
Well, so I'm not a Japanese print historian, but I did a little bit of reading, trying to understand the two different, like how prints were perceived in Japanese society. And for them, it's not fine art print. It's posters. It's like things they keep at home. It's advertising for the brothels. It's like, you know, it's like a celebrity picture for them. So the way they treat these objects is very different from how we perceive it today. So do we think of it as modeling? Do we think of the people depicted in there as models? Are they modeling for themselves if they were courtesans? Are they modeling the clothes of a fashion company that made beautiful kimonos? I think it's very hard to just transpose this word life model into a practice where it's perceived so differently. So that's why it's very hard to answer. They existed in the form that we understand it today, but I don't know if that's how it was treated at the time. When I was looking into nudes in Chinese art history, oftentimes I find them in anatomy books, in traditional Chinese medicine and anatomy. And they were more like abstractions. They were instructions, they were abstractions. They weren't meant to be art objects. So these were the oldest ones that I kind of looked at and was able to get my hands on. Singapore is very young as a country, so in terms of history, it's hard to trace. Oftentimes, the so-called, like what our National Gallery likes to call like history is the pioneer artists, pioneer generation of artists. They trace where they studied, where they came from, and why and how they moved to the region. But do we trace that as part of the history of Singapore too? Hard to say. So a bit more complex too.
Yes, I just thought probably in photography, in the 19th century photography, maybe they've got some live, huge models.
I think we'd see them not as models, but they were archives of colonial subjects in the region. So you see the photographs, like who took the photos is important, and whether people living in Southeast Asia region had the money to own a camera is also a question. So there's a lot of that. You can find artifacts of it. It's just how you frame it, and whether the models would see themselves as models or were they samples of some kind of thing. So, yeah.
Hi, thank you everyone for really interesting papers. It's a great panel, and it kind of relates to the last comment, which is, whether something is a colonial subject, an image is a colonial image, or whether it's an artistic study. Because it seems to me that across all the papers, it's about who controls the viewing conditions of the image, whether it's the artist, the model, or the judiciary. It seems to me that it's about the regulation of the consumption rather than the production of the image. And I just wondered if anyone had thoughts about that, public decency, public view, that sort of thing in the legislation. And then for Fra, I just had one question. I wondered if you could just say a bit more. You said you began to understand as a model a gaze that challenged the artist. And I'd love to know what your gaze was that you felt challenged the artist, and how you knew that the artist was being challenged by your gaze.
Shall I just answer that quick one first? Yeah. Do you mean when I just mentioned when I turned the camera on them when I was photographing them?
Yeah, I think you just said it was when you were talking about critical gazes, but not about a gaze that was at yourself, but you thought there was a gaze as if I was.
Oh, I think I was. It might have been when I was speaking about having an internal gaze and then a critical gaze of myself.
Right.
So
it wasn't the latter, but
okay.
So if you didn't say that, then
that's all right. Yeah, I think I was talking about, so when I'm modelling, I kind of have this view of myself, like I know what I look like, I imagine what I look like, sorry, I don't know, I imagine what I look like from an artist's view. Yeah, and then when I'm looking as if I'm the artist at a photograph, I'm like, oh God, that lid looks silly, that shadow looks awful, this thing looks bad, because I'm thinking in terms of that male gaze. So the way for me to not have that view is to, when I'm modelling and not be able to see myself, then I can understand what I look like without criticising what I look like. If that sort of answers your possibly long question, because it might have been misinterpreted.
Maybe I'll just quickly respond. I'm picking up from the words production and consumption. And that gaze oftentimes land in the realm of consumption. But I'm also thinking about the ownership of production. Who owns the ability to make an image as part of the like who owns the means of production to create an image? Also, I think matters beyond the consumption. And sometimes they're separate, different people. Sometimes it's the same, or how it's a production to be seen in a certain way as well. So there's a lot of that, trying to frame what an image is. It's both how it was seen later, like the media, and how it was created, and by whom and for what reason. So I think it's both. Yeah, it's just a quick response. But thank you for the question. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much for your papers. I just wanted to ask about age. So I wasn't here this morning, so if this has already been discussed. I mean, I'm struck with your kind of in a way, it's like the idea that no longer fit for purpose. This idea that you're no longer fit for purpose because presumably you're too old.
Yeah.
And I just wanted, I wondered whether all of you might just talk about that consideration in terms of nudity. Is an old person ever nude, for example? Or does nudity only belong to the young? How do you worry about a point when you can no longer model, for example? I mean, just to talk about that question. Thank you.
It's interesting. As soon as you said age, I thought about the age of people being allowed to draw. And I'd probably also like to talk about that because I think it's quite interesting that we, if we included younger minds in life drawing, they might have less critical feelings about less misunderstandings about their bodies and less shame about their bodies perhaps. But I don't think I've actually thought about when I might stop modelling, because I don't imagine that I will, because I actually think it's really important that there's diversity in the modelling community, and I'm not very diverse. I am representing the majority, but perhaps as an ageing model I might at least be able to provide at some level of diversity to show that we're all still human, we're all still valuable, we're all still beautiful and interesting to draw, whatever our bodies look like. So I don't. That's my quick answer is I don't worry about when I'll stop modelling, because I hope that I always will. It's probably the only job I know I won't retire from.
I mean, the models I interviewed or worked with range from the 20s all the way to the 60s.
The 60s.
Yeah. And so, it doesn't seem to bother them. The only time I did ask them, is there something that would make you stop modeling? And one of them, I remember, shared that the time when they can't hold the pose, then they would stop, or it's getting too much for their bodies. And that's the only time they thought that would be it. And that could be any age. I don't think that's an attachment to age. Yeah.
And in my case, I think that what I quoted here, we can much more connect it to some shifts in the taste, because artistic taste, because they now oriented in those years oriented towards neoclassicism, the idol of the body, Greek idol, all the Winkelmann thoughts. They were really influential in those times in Vienna. So maybe that was the reason why much more expressed some sort of discarding these old models when you don't have your body in the right shape, and you can damage the education of the pupils, as was stated several times in the sources as well. So I think that was much more connected with that, because when we looked at the past, all the models were usually used in the Flemish art or Netherlandish art, etc. So that was a problem. That was always about some interesting person. But in that case, in my case, or in what I presented, it was much more about this shift in the artistic taste in the end of the 18th century.
Hi, I just want to continue the previous project about the aging models. From my perspective, I have a few friends who took art school in China, but not me. I studied in Singapore and UK. So from their perspective and experience and sharing, there's a lot of Asian models, naked models in China, Chinese art school, because first a lot of people from the elder models, they want to earn some more pocket money after they retire. So it's a kind of pleasure for them, and they also have the chance to meet new students, to speak to the young people. So they are very willing to do that. And also, from the perspective of the students and teachers from art college, they say that elderly, the models, they have more details in their body. They have more textures, more details, more thought, unlike the very young bodies, they look more like a fish. So the students will spend more time to study the body with more textures and details. And also, I think they have huge test before they enter art college. So it's something like A level. They tend to use elder models of I think 40 plus people, so they can have more details to draw, and there's more shadows and tones to pay attention with.
Wasn't saying anything at all. But I just to come back to this about aging and the concept of beauty. I think we can talk about all of this, but you can't ignore the culture, and that's why I love that we had a talk from Singapore. We've just been studying wabi-sabi and the beauty of aging. So if I think about that, I would imagine that culture, they would embrace the age more. But the reality is, on the catwalks, we're all still seeing young, slim people. So we've made some progress in the visual arts, but I don't think we're actually making progress enough in the other areas. But I don't think you can talk about this topic at all without looking at the culture. And this idea of ideal beauty that came from the ancient Greeks, it was then, Renaissance revived that, Botticelli, we know that no one actually looked like that in reality. And for years and years, we've still hung on to those ideals, and we're moving away from it. But all of this conversation about culture, it's like African art, it's craft, but in the West it would be art, fine arts. So the underlying thread all along in the way we react and our ideals are based on the whole cultural context, I would say. So just comment.
Well, now I'm going to go to them first.
Thank you so much for your really wonderful papers. And I have a question maybe for Farah, I think. I've spent the best part of the last year trying to grapple with and becoming the agency of unnamed artists models from the early 20th century portraiture, so not necessarily life drawing. But I wondered how you felt about naming, just thinking about the power dynamics in this relationship between artists and models, and whether you ever wanted to be named in your works or works that are made of you. And if you skipped ahead 100 years down the line, you've got art historians looking at pouring all over these images of you and not knowing who you are. I just wondered what your own personal kind of take on that is, whether you actually want to be named, or if you're not fussed about it, or what it means to be named or not named.
It's a good question, thank you. I generally like to be named. I don't often like to have my surname included because it really links me to specifically me. I have my first name, there's not many Farahs in England, but there's lots of them in Italy. But to put my surname with it, I'm pretty much the only Farah in the UK probably. So sometimes I worry that it really closely identifies something with me, but then I guess I feel a certain ownership over any drawing of me, whether I should or not. And so if somebody doesn't identify me in it, it feels as if they're taking something from me. So when I post drawings, I don't do it very often on the Instagram account for my business, the Life Drawing Collective. I shouldn't say business, but it technically is a business. I always tag the models, and I often don't know who the artists are, and that probably is a bit rude to the artists, and I'd love to always know their names, but I think it's very important to honour the work of the models kind of first and foremost, and then the artists can tag themselves if they want to. So I keep a diary, and I love this idea of like giving it to the archive somewhere, and kind of being known as somebody who has modelled and also documented my life. And so having my name attached to the work that I make is quite important, I guess, in a kind of legacy type way of being this is like the thing that I want to be known for. It's the thing that I feel is a huge part of who I am and my creative life.
Right, so I'm now going to introduce our speakers. I'm delighted to introduce Suri Lam, who is a third-year History of Art PhD candidate at the University of Cambridge, having had a stellar career before that. Her research investigates the artistic and social networks between various Dominican female religious houses across Italy between the 14th and the 16th centuries. Her paper is entitled A Renaissance Nun's Drawing Practices, Suor Plautilla Nelli, 1524 to 1588, and her drawing of a young woman. Our second speaker is Oriane Porel of the Université de Lyon 2, and she's a PhD student in the history of art too, under the supervision of Professor Laurent Baridon. Her dissertation focuses on the role and place of animals in Rosa Bonheur's life and work. As part of her thesis, she's looking at European artists with similar attitudes to animals, particularly in England and Germany. She's also written for exhibition catalogues at the Musée d'Orsay and the Barnes Foundation. Her paper is entitled Beyond Human, Drawing from Non-Human Life During the 19th Century. So can we welcome Suri Lam?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Suri, and first I'd like to say thank you to the organizers of this event. And for today, I'm going to talk about something that might be quite slightly different from what we heard earlier in the day. I'm going to talk about some life drawing practices of an Italian Dominican nun called Suor Plautilla Nelli. Suor Plautilla Nelli, a 16th century Italian Dominican nun painter, is most renowned for her remarkable 7-meter-long oil painting of the Last Supper in the refectory of her own convent, Santa Caterina da Siena in Florence. And this extraordinary work, notable for its skill and intricate details, stands as a testament to her skill and dedication. The large scale of the painting, the inclusion of the artist's signature and depiction of varied figures, immediately raised questions about the artistic practices Suor Plautilla as a non-artist had within the conventual walls. How did she, confined to a religious life, develop her artistry? And what methods and inspirations fueled her creativity in an environment so different from the secular art world? In his Vitae, Giorgio Vasari comments on Suor Plautilla, stating, "The best works by her hand are those which she has copied from others," which shows that she would have done marvelous things if, like man, she had been able to study and to devote herself to drawing and copying living and natural things. Vasari's account, one of the few contemporary and influential sources on her, highlights the restrictions on her artistic education, particularly in the practice of drawing from life. This perspective places Suor Plautilla Nelli's artistic activity within the context of the dichotomy between male and female artists of the time, which could be misleading to a certain extent, considering that Plautilla lived most of her life within conventual walls. A more suitable comparison would be with her contemporary Dominican friar painters. Like non-painters, their artistic practices differed from those in the secular world, both in creating artworks and practicing drawings. So in this presentation, I will discuss the drawings attributed to Suor Plautilla, particularly her drawing of young women, which could be a study of her sisters within her community. I will also present the different types of drawing practices within the religious confines to demonstrate why drawings were created by Dominican nun and friar artists, and how contemporary life drawing practices influenced artistic activities within convents. Born as Pulisana, she took the name Suor Plautilla in 1535 in the same Dominican convent of Santa Caterina da Siena, where her sister Suor Bartolina took the veil in 1537, as shown in this list of vestitions conserved in the Archivio di Stato in Florence. This convent was established under Savonarola's influence, the fervent Dominican preacher, in 1496, and was situated near the Dominican Friary of San Marco in Florence. During her time, Plautilla served as prioress of the convent 3 times and was also known as the art instructor within her convent. According to Serafino Razzi, Plautilla had a workshop within Santa Caterina da Siena, and her students included Suor Prudenza Cambi, Suor Agata Cavalesi, Suor Maria Mugelli, and Suor Dionisia Nicolini. Under the guidance of Plautilla, her workshop created a series of portraits of Caterina de' Ricci under the guise of St. Catherine of Siena, which were disseminated across Italy at the time. While establishing an iconography for a contemporary saint that may record the personal features of Caterina de' Ricci, Plautilla and the artworks and the workshop's portrait series clearly demonstrated their creativity and their involvement within the contemporary religious reformist scene. This series of works would also pose the question of the nature of art production within Dominican conventual walls, questions that I will discuss later when looking at drawings made by Plautilla. So according to Vasari again, Plautilla's artistic career first started with illuminations, where in one of her illuminations, as shown here, she depicted two Dominican nuns within the scene, which may be a reference to herself and her sister, Suor Petronilla, within the same convent. So Plautilla was known as a scribe within the convent, and Suor Petronilla was known as a scribe within the convent, and she had transcribed a biography of Savonarola with a note stating her identity as the scribe of the book, added at the end of the book. Previously, based on Vasari's re-accounts of Plautilla, she was considered a pupil of Fra Bartolomeo or Fra Paolino da Pistoia. Nevertheless, as a professed nun who was born 7 years after Fra Bartolomeo's death and had entered the convent at the age of 14, it is highly unlikely for Plautilla to be a direct student of any of these two fire artists, though their convents were located nearby, both standing on the Piazza di San Marco in Florence. And apart from her paintings and illuminated manuscripts, there are also several surviving drawings by Plautilla. The earliest evidence of Suor Plautilla's drawing in Cardinal Leopoldo de' Medici's collection comes from Filippo Baldinucci's list, dated September 8, 1673, which initially mentioned 7 drawings, later increased to 9. Giuseppe Pelli Bencivelli's inventory of drawings, compiled before 1793, provided brief descriptions of each work, and currently only 5 of these drawings can be identified with certainty, including the drawing A Young Woman. There are now 12 drawings attributed to Plautilla conserved at the Department of Prints and Drawings in the Uffizi galleries, where stylistic uniformity among these surviving drawings is very hard to be noted, making the systematic analysis of the artist's drawing more difficult due to its already scarce surviving attributed drawings. Inscriptions of Suor Plautilla's name are found on 5 of these drawings, with 4 inscriptions done by Filippo Baldinucci, according to Samuel Massini's paleographic analysis. And in Giovanni Pieratini's 1938 monographic study on Plautilla, she suggested that the inscription on the seated Madonna nursing was by Plautilla's hand. However, by comparing Plautilla's own signature in a conventual record with the sign on the drawing sheet, it appears that the inscription on this drawing was done by another hand. Among the drawings attributed to Plautilla, Young Woman differs as it is neither a preparatory study related to any of Plautilla's surviving paintings, nor a copied study of works by Fra Bartolomeo, whose large body of drawings was inherited by Suor Plautilla, possibly after Fra Paolino da Pistoia's death in 1547. And like Suor Plautilla, who likely learned art from her seniors within the convent, Fra Bartolomeo, born in 1472, began his artistic career as an apprentice in Cosimo Rosali's workshop and only became a Dominican friar at the age of 28 in 1500 under Savonarola's influence. Fra Bartolomeo's remaining drawings include few nudes, reflecting his early life drawing practices. Under Savonarola's influence, he is known to have burned many of his new drawings during the bonfire of the Vanities in 1497. Serving as an important visual textbook to Suor Plautilla, Fra Bartolomeo's various drawings impacted not only her finished paintings, but also introduced her to different ways of practicing art. This influence is evident when Suor Plautilla used motifs designed by Fra Bartolomeo directly in her paintings or in her reporter drawings of his works. For example, her Lamentation reflects clear compositional influence from the fire artist by looking at her portrait of Christ and the Virgin Mary. Adding to Fra Bartolomeo's design theme, Plautilla included more female figures in her lamentation and put special emphasis on the red eyes and tears of the female saints within the pictorial world. The pose of the female saint on the Virgin Mary's right recalls a drawing that was previously attributed to Plautilla, which is reminiscent of Fra Bartolomeo's study of a kneeling woman. Another drawing by Plautilla, the seated Madonna Nazi, rendered with clear outlines, may be a copy of Fra Bartolomeo's design for Sacra Conversazione, which was not realized in a painting. This reveals Plautilla's common practice of learning art by imitating the friar's drawings. Due to the lack of surviving and securely attributed drawings by Suor Plautilla, we have limited knowledge of the various types of drawings she imitated from Fra Bartolomeo's designs. However, both Vasari and Luigi Lenzi praised a now missing Adoration of the Magi by Plautilla, originally placed in a common church. Lenzi, writing in the late 1700s, particularly praised her depiction of the landscape within the painting. This inclusion of the landscape within her painting recalls the various landscape drawings created by Fra Bartolomeo that were also inherited by Plautilla Nelli. And many of his landscape drawings were not adopted in his paintings and were likely studied and used by Plautilla in her works. Another type of drawing by Plautilla includes her preparatory studies for her paintings, such as this head of a youth, possibly a study for the figure of Christ in her Last Supper. And this drawing echoes another drawing by Plautilla, the young woman, which may be a portrait of a member within Plautilla's community, combined with other hair and clothing features that Plautilla added to the drawing. The young woman is the finest surviving drawing attributed to Plautilla. It demonstrates her artistic skill in softly rendering detailed facial features using chiaroscuro. This drawing echoes Vasari's account, which claimed that, in her works, the faces and features of the women, whom she can perceive whenever she liked, are much better than the heads of men and are closer to reality. In some of her works, in the faces of the women, she portrayed Madonna Costanza de Doni, who was in our day an example of incredible beauty and dignity. Echoing the portrait series created by Suor Plautilla, this drawing of a young girl by Plautilla again demonstrated her skills at depicting individual features of figures. The study of a young woman by Plautilla recalls similar drawings by Fra Bartolomeo. The friar had also made a number of drawings of young women where a female model is repeatedly drawn on several sheets. Though sharing similar genres and postures, the individual characteristics of Plautilla's drawing are clear when compared to the friar's drawings, distinguishing it from other drawings by Plautilla that imitate the friar's work in detail. This further suggests the idiosyncrasy of Plautilla's young woman among her surviving drawings in terms of its quality and the figure's individual characteristics captured. Additionally, Fra Bartolomeo also made drawing studies of friars, possibly within his community, which again would inspire Plautilla's drawing practices. Adding to Vasari's brief account, Vincenzo Marchese wrote in the 1840s that Plautilla studied the corpses of nuns within her convent to help her depict the body of Christ in her paintings. And these type of stories were probably crafted based on the so-called feminine quality exhibited in the male figures depicted by Plautilla. Yet it raises question of the possible difficulties that this non-painter Plautilla faced when commissioned to paint depictions of the naked body of Christ. Examining Plautilla's practices of learning through imitating Fra Bartolomeo's drawings, both in terms of motifs and the nature of drawing practices itself, it is plausible that his previous studies from life and drawings of semi-nude figures inspired Plautilla when depicting the dead body of Christ as seen in a Lamentation and this Crucifixion. The friar artist's influence can also be noted from the time that Plautilla started to produce paintings. As shown in this commentary documents again, one of the earliest reports showing Plautilla's production of painting was made in 1557, which was already 10 years after Fra Paolino da Pistoria's death, and possibly several years after Plautilla had received Fra Bartolomeo's drawings from the workshop in San Marco. Currently, no archival evidence showing Plautida's requesting or receiving of this large corpus of important drawings by Fra Bartolomeo could be found. What we only know is that Niccolo Capulli brought these drawings by the friar from the same convent, Santa Caterina da Siena, in 1729, after he read Vasari's account that states the drawings were inherited by Plautida. Due to the restrictions imposed by the convent walls, the detailed artistic practices of the sisters within Santa Caterina da Siena may never be fully known. However, it is clear that the influence of external artistic drawing practices permeated into the walls of the nunnery through the drawings of the friar artist, who was previously a lay painter, exerting a long-term influence on the nuns' workshop within the convent. The friar's drawings would have continued to inspire and impact the nuns' artistic practices, which made the exceptionally active artistic workshop within Santa Caterina da Siena a very special case during the early modern period. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking Zoe and Isabel for this very exciting symposium and all of you attending today. I apologize in advance for some of the words of your beautiful language I might butcher today, as you might have gathered. This is not my native language, but you're allowed to talk about French being last even at symposiums. As the title of the session suggests, I propose in this paper to turn the original focus on the representation of humans to the beasts. As Zoe said this morning, individuals that are usually overlooked in pictures or at the margins. In 1969, French art historian Henri Faucillon wrote that in the 17th century, I quote, "Weary of man and of the absolute reduction of the whole universe to the image of man that characterizes Renaissance and classical genius, painters turned away from large naked bodies with beautiful skillfully joined limbs, whose sublime proportions can be inscribed in squares, triangles and circles, to focus on another kingdom." The animal turn is well reflected in Peter Bowles' studies, which are already a clear departure from the emblematic or allegorical animal. Already in Bowles' work, we find the idea of a close relationship with live animals, studied from life, often resulting in variation on the same animal, as you can see with this porcupine. He drew a physical as well as a moral portrait of the animal, following it in its very movements as he casted unordered sketches across his paper. This multiplicity of studies and the idea of capturing the very personality of the animal can be found 2 centuries later in Rosa Bonheur's work, who will be the subject of a special focus in this paper, hence my PhD. In these 22 studies of foxes, she depicts the animal's multiple positions and attitudes, and even its very expressions. The artist veterinarian, so she had her own veterinarian, wrote that she sought to win the affection of her animal, studying their habits and their thoughts, which can be seen through this particular drawing. Taking a variety of 19th century examples as a starting point, the idea is to take a look at the conditions of working and practicing life drawing with non-humans. What differentiates the animal body from the human body in these working conditions? What structural difficulties does this practice present? What does it mean to pose, I'm quoting, an animal? How does this practice challenges the definition of life drawing? So I propose to investigate the conditions of drawing from non-human life during the 19th century, looking at models and at what their involvement meant for the practice of life drawing. The paper will attempt to reveal some of what is hidden in the visual sources and textual archives, particularly in relation to the dynamics between artists and models. In addition to depicting human life from their living image, artists also turned to the representation of animals. Manuals for teaching animal drawing appeared quite late, and few terms were used to designate this type of work, apart from the expression anatomy, and the conjugation of anatomical plates on the model of, for example, George Stubbs' The Anatomy of the Horse. And at the same time, as the development was taking place in the drawing of human figure, the 19th century saw an evolution in the drawing of animals.
often associating one with the other, which should also be read in the context of the evolution of sciences and comparative sciences. For example, Edouard Cuvier, author of Artistic Anatomy of Animals, published in 1903, and professor of anatomy at the École des Beaux-Arts de Paris, combined his lectures on the structure of the human body with the elements of anatomy of mammals, usually drawn by artists. In the first half of the 19th century, anatomy was explained primarily with the help of illustrations, and the text was restricted to a few pages. From the second half of the century, a radical change took place. The illustration of these books lost their aesthetic value and became similar to those printed in the handbooks for students of veterinary medicine. Rosa Bonheur herself considered drawing to be the supreme form of instruction, and animal drawing in particular. At the archives of the École Impériale de Dessin pour Jeunes Filles, which she directed after her father's death, attests. Our advice to our pupils was, beware of trying to go too fast. Before you pick up your brushes, first make sure you have your pencil. Become strong in the science of drawing. All this had to do with drawing from a manual or from images, and most artists, especially in the 19th century, opted for representation from life. And so in the second half of the century, institutional practices were put in place in academies and private studios, precisely to accommodate non-human models. If a person outside the academic sphere wanted to draw something living, he or she had only two alternatives: be it portrait painting of humans or drawing of animals. As Paul Doffus writes, the question of the model as alien to the human race became then a pressing one. For how and where were the models obtained? It's only in the last decade of the century that we see animal models appear in the texts, as here in the 1896 book Modèles d'artistes, where a few pages are reserved for the non-human genre. Just as the artist uses human models to represent human figures, the 19th century animal artist requires the presence of animals to bring his work to life. While some artists visited regularly the zoos throughout the century, others preferred to avoid cages and crowds by acquiring their own specimens. And the possibilities for acquiring models were numerous. They could be bought, they could be donated, captured, rented, or loaned. The question of where to work therefore became quite important, as the material conditions differed from those working with humans. In order to draw them in the best way possible and in the best possible conditions, these animals benefited from arrangements made by artists in their studios. Images of Rosa Bonheur's first personal studio provide invaluable information on these accommodations. Reproduced in oil, the studio at 56 Rue de l'Ouest in Paris gave animals an important place. The studio was set up to accommodate horses, chickens, cats, dogs, rabbits, sheep, goats, amongst others. This made for a unique studio at the border between urban stable and workplace. And the presence of animals led to the creation of places specifically dedicated to their exploitation. Two German examples from the Academy of Fine Arts in Munich and the one in Düsseldorf illustrate this idea. Within a few years from each other, these institutions adapted their infrastructure to accommodate animals for art education. In Munich, hence this. In Munich, a new building was specially erected in 1895 to house a studio run by the painter Heinrich von Zugel, and 3 years later, the Academy of Fine Arts in Düsseldorf followed the same pattern, building an open-air studio, the one that is circled. Each of these buildings were erected ex nihilo at a distance from the Academy's main building. So this is the Academy's main building, and here it is. Presumably to facilitate the arrival and the departure of animals while preserving the tranquility of academic life. And so a crucial profession for artists was then that of animal suppliers or dealers, from whom it was possible to acquire an animal. This profession was notably embodied by the quite famous Charles Jamrach in London, famous dealer who supplied, amongst others, prairie-like artist Dante Gabriel Rossetti with Australian wombats, peacocks, and kangaroos. Considering all these aspects, a specific dynamic was established between the artists and the models, which differed from the academic body to which artists had been accustomed for several decades. The relationship between artists and animal models was shaped by production ideals based on their image, mostly. This necessarily alters the conditions under which drawing was practiced, and as the American journalist Ida Cardell pointed out in an interview devoted to Jean-Léon Gérôme, Breton Rivière, and Rosa Bonheur in 1894, persons who have never sketched or handled a brush are apt to suppose that an artist paints an animal as he does a man, that is, that he poses it and copies it. The artist cannot pose an animal. This study can only be carried on by remaining near the animal and catching in bit by bit. This was not a problem in the case of animals, observed in their natural habitat, as it is the case for this deer drawn by Rosa Bonheur in ink and watercolor. Once again, as we saw with Beau, the image becomes multiple, for as Rosa Bonheur explains, I strove to make sure that everything I did was accurate, down to the smallest details. I drew the animal in the various attitudes it assumed, and when it changed, I didn't have the simplicity of waiting for it to adopt the one I found interesting. I'd grab the new pose. But if you listen to the first, I took the opportunity to complete the sketch I'd started. On the other hand, when drawing in front of an animal in a studio or in an artist's home, so not in nature, the working conditions were quite different. Rosa Bonheur, for example, arranged her park with rustic cottages to house a large number of animals after the 1860s. After underlining the empathy she had for her animals, the newspaper Gil Blas of 1896 underlines the constraining work arrangements she made. I quote, around 10 o'clock, she sets to work. If it's a billy goat or a sheep that has to pose, the animal is tied to a stake that's fairly close, so it ends up remaining motionless. If it's a stag or a wild boar, it's parked in a narrow corridor between two edges. And photographs from the period confirm these restrictive arrangements for the animals, as shown, for example, with the bovine on the left that is tied to a stake or a rope. What's more, as the image on the right shows, the artist did not hesitate to work with dead animals, since the deer pictured, named Jack or Jacques, had been killed by the artist at the time of the photograph. In order to be able to make her studies, she somehow resuscitated the animal via a system of rope, as you can see here, that is holding him, and that can be seen in the photograph. This is less astonishing in a context, given that Stubbs based his equine anatomy, for example, drawing from animal section. So you have to put that in context. And this was not the only technique for posing an animal, as Léon Barillot and Félix de Villefranche proved. Barillot placed his models between four stakes, with the bar passed under the belly of the animal to prevent them from stretching out. But as Paul Dollfus writes, this system endangered the animal if it became frightened. Félix de Villefranche, on the other hand, opted for a more reassuring choice with his cow models, which were surrounded by their fellow cattle. Ernest Meissonier was even more ingenious, according to Dollfus, as he ran his horses along a track set up in his home, standing in the middle and watching the horse through a vertical opening. At the precise moment when the horse, trotting or galloping, passed the opening, Meissonier noted a detail or rectified a line on his drawing. But Dollfus points out that he kept going until the animal was finished, which means that he was exhausting his horses. This practice of drawing from animal models challenges indeed the definition of life drawing, because animals have not consented to being hired or being professionals in the artistic domain, or being exhausted or being killed in order to serve as models. And in fact, sometimes they have manners of replying. It's difficult to use the terms ethics in relation to the work of animal models regarding 19th century, as it is too anachronistic and to apply it first without questioning the entire notion, which I don't have the time to do today, we can talk about it after. But there is no doubt that the treatment of animals as models involves issues of control and what we would call today mistreatment. Yet in the face of this, animals seem to have had the right to respond and above all to resist, as shown by Maurice Moisan's painting exhibited at the 1892 French Salon. Despite the poor quality of reproduction, sorry about that, you can see a young artist reassuring a dog on all fours on a small platform, where it must have been forced to pose against the backdrop of an artist's studio. And Breton Rivière confirmed in his interview with Ida Tarbell that when he worked with dogs, he sometimes had to wait several hours because the model didn't want to obey him. And the second part of the quote, on the other side, only serves to re-emphasize the often violent practices endured by animal models and the excitement to control them in this context. However, some animals talk back. The lion Nero that Rosa Bonheur brought from Marseille in 1880 seemed to have found a way of mocking the artist in response to having to pose. I quote, "Every morning at sunrise, as soon as we opened the shutters of his cage on the lawn, he would look out of my window to see if it was open and if I was about to come and paint him. For this purpose, and to work more comfortably, I had a small platform built in front of the cage, which was protected from the rain and sun by a cloth. But I needed tireless patience. I was obliged to repeat my studies an infinite number of times before arriving at the end. For if I began to observe the lion from the front, no sooner had I begun to draw his mouth, eyes, or mane, than he seemed to take a malicious pleasure in turning his back on me suddenly, wagging his tail ironically. As a result, the artist was forced to interrupt her studies and could only put a few of them on the paper, as visible here, or devote herself to visible details, such as this lion pose, drawn very quickly with a certain apparent economy of means. What is unsaid or unapparent in the artist's testimony is that a feline wagging his tail means the animal was very much annoyed or in pain. I'm referring to Professor Sandra Swart, who suggests methods by which historians can interpret the ways that animals indeed talk back by biting, bucking, and kicking against, which could be the case of Nero, probably exhausted from his journey from Africa and kept constantly captive from this moment. His rapid death at the Jardin des Plantes, where Rosa Bonheur donated him after drawing him and painting him, speaks volumes about the difficulties of adapting both to the captivity and the role of artistic model. As a result, in the eyes of the press, and especially cartoonists, the animal sometimes became quickly an attribute of the artist, a working tool. A good example is this caricature by cartoonist Guillaume, showing Rosa Bonheur in a blue blouse carrying her Légion d'honneur, an artistic material, and at her feet is an ox, transformed into a child's toy. Of course, it is important to underline what it says about the power relationships between painters and animals, and reification of animals, and about the status of animals during the 19th century. And in fact, the relationship between creator and animals is one of dependence, requiring in many respects the collaboration of both species in the service of a collaborative project. In conclusion, animal representation in 19th century drawings, as discussed, reveals a significant transformation in artistic practices and in the relationship between artists and their models. Artists such as Rosa Bonheur integrated animals not only as subjects of study, but also as partners in the creative process. These practices required specific arrangements in terms of both infrastructure and working methods to enable faithful observation and representation of animals in their natural environment or under controlled conditions. The manipulation of animals to achieve desired poses and to sometimes restrictive working conditions reveal the tension between the artistic objective and the animal welfare. This tension is perceptible in the artist's own accounts. The study of live drawing practices with non-human models invites us to reconsider the boundaries drawn between man and animal, the agency of animal in this context. It prompts reflection on methods of representation and the ethical responsibilities of artists toward their models, human or animal, that are still relevant today. With that in mind, I would like to thank you for your listening.
There's a fascinating comparison between those two papers. As I was thinking about questions to ask, I think this, the theme of the conference, which is about power and about the power relationships between the artist, and I mean it's I think just worth pointing out these two women artists and their power relationships with their models. And Oriane, you, I think, talked very clearly about that power relationship, but maybe you would like to say something about the power relationship that you see, Claudia, I mean, what power she had to get people to sit still or whatever. I mean, how did she negotiate her power?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think I want to first maybe to provide the more contextual details about this painter, Partenelli, and nunneries during the 15th, 16th century Italy in general. So actually, like, even outside of conventional walls, we know that there are a lot of artists that would produce like ricordo drawings. That is like their copies of drawings made by masters, and then they do this kind of copying studies. But like when this kind of similar practice were transferred into commons, actually the nature changed quite significantly, as the conventional artists within this kind of religious confines were not actually allowed to study art as how the artists would do outside of this religious styles. So for Partenelli, like one of the two ways for her to study art within commons is to imitate drawings and paintings made by her like Dominican masters, like Fra Bartolomeo or Fra Angelico or Fra Paolino da Pistoia. But she's a very special case. She was quite lucky to a certain extent, is that she inherited that huge body of works done by Fra Bartolomeo, and she was also located in a convent that was very close to the Dominican headquarters San Marco. So she might have like more chances of viewing arts in comparison to other non-artists at the time in Italy. And another thing about her is that she has quite a significant role in constructing iconography of contemporary female saints such as Caterina de' Medici. So she was having this kind of controlling power in terms of both inheriting this kind of Dominican artistic lineage and passing this kind of lineage to the next generation through her instruction of art to the sisters within convents. And we don't really know like whether she would ask her sisters to really sit for her, and because we don't have the conventual chronicles of Santa Catalina da Siena survived, so we can only guess like what kind of artistic practice that she might have within the convents. So what I want to explain is that she has quite a multiple roles, both in terms of to carry even the similar artistic practice, but with a very different nature within the convents. And secondly, she was using this kind of studies by the male artists, but she's using those drawings like in her own way, in terms of how she interpreted them, and also how she kind of actively used those motifs and then to construct a new image that was meant to be disseminated across Italy. As at the time, the paintings created by those nuns were considered as having particular kind of sacredness, because they were considered as the brides of Christ. They had this kind of very special intercessory power. So that's also kind of the core of my PhD, is just to show how the nature of art within the commons were quite different, and this is something that was kind of ignored by scholars previously, especially when we're looking at paintings or drawings done by those non-fire artists. We often consider their kind of stylistic features and compare this kind of stylistic thing with the artistic practice outside of commons. But indeed, their first role among their multiple identities is that they are religious. They are friars and nuns, and their practice of art, making of drawings and paintings, are really like a way of them acting devotionally.
Thank you. Thank you. Oriane, did you want to say anything to this question, or have you said what you want to say about power?
I think I've said quite enough.
Yeah.
I've shown quite enough as well.
Mean, maybe just taking it a little bit in a different direction is another theme that I felt, and this is the
that both of you were talking about dead models, and how interesting the relationship between posing and death is. In some way, it made me think about those drawings by Fra Bartolomeo, that you're not just, so that they are a kind of practice of kind of life drawing, but dead drawing, if you see what I mean. They are that kind of mediation between the completely still dead. Yes,
yeah.
exactly. And it started to kind of undo some categories for me that was interesting. But for you, the access to the dead figure, so you've got the issue of gender, so these are dead nuns, and she's thinking, her purpose is to produce a figure of a dying man on the cross. So she's having to translate the gender, and you're saying she's using the Fra Bartolomeo drawings in some ways as a way of doing that, because she's trying to negotiate a situation that she can't, she can't have actual access to an actual nude man, for example. Is that why you think she's using dead bodies, and how she's using them?
Firstly, we're not sure about whether she was really like using dead bodies. That was like this account was first provided by Casey in the 18th century. So that's like it's not like a contemporary account. So we're not sure about that. The reason why he wrote something like that is because he noticed the kind of feminine qualities that were exhibited in the male figures that were depicted by Plautilla.
He thinks they look dead.
He thinks that they
don't look live.
They look like females, and so then he kind of he said he heard from, and he didn't say who, probably from the nuns from the convent, or maybe just like a rumor spread among those people at the time, because they found that the female figures within the paintings are much better depicted than the male figures. So then they supposed that maybe because she has to kind of learn drawings and learn compositions, but we know that she can't do live drawings within the convents because she's a nun, she's a woman. So in what ways could she learn art? And then they kind of make
sort of fantasizing or hearing. Yeah, that's very interesting. Did you want to talk anything about the relationship between pose and death? Because we think about pose as performance, for example, but I mean, some of the life models probably will have something to say about this too.
Maybe it's also a bit triggering to navigate between these dead people, dead animals, and just make sense of all this. I think put in context is not that surprising or weird or as shocking as today, because for example, Rosa Bonheur wasn't the only one to use dead animals. Gustave Courbet was doing that. Major animal painters were doing that, and it was almost normal to have resource to dead animals from hunts or from, I don't know, killing them themselves. And so it raises a question about power, because, well, the animal is dead, but even when alive, the question is also raised, as seen with all these restrictive conditions. So I think it's just in continuity of what was happening to them alive.
The violence being done.
And they're still, while during the afterlife, it's still happening. So it's just a continuity of their status at this moment.
Of course, I mean, I'm thinking about a print by Van der Straat of the interior of an artist studio where you've got an écorché nude strung up, and I was thinking about the ways that actually poses. Sometimes you can see that human figures are also tied in order to keep them in a certain position, so that there is a kind of permeable boundary, I think, there too.
And I haven't talked about it, but there is also taxidermy, which was quite important and used by the artists as models as well. It's another whole story, but it's quite the same, because they're still used after the death, and they're even transformed into objects to be used. tricky questions, tricky issues.
And the issue of pose, I thought was very interesting in relation to animals because it's often about movement, whereas pose for humans isn't not so, it might be about gesture, but not so much about movement. And there's a different inflection of that, which I think is interesting too. Anyway, enough of me. I mean, what about everybody else?
Well, I have a question, but this has come up. Thank you. Thank you so much for these papers. It's funny putting them together. I actually didn't even realize that it was about two women artists. I was thinking so much about this sort of extending the conversation about life modeling. Is this on? Anyway.
I can move it a little bit.
Okay. That's all right. So this has come up several times today, and you talked about it a lot in your presentations, but I'm just wondering if you want to talk about it a bit more methodologically. This question of the unknowable, that you're both dealing in different ways, yet similar ways, with this kind of great depth of unknowability of, to some degree, both artist and subject, and for you, for subject. And I do want to say, I thought it was so interesting that I loved the sheet of the lions and reading the resistance of the lion into those fragmentary images. I thought that was a way of kind of getting at some sort of knowability, but I'd just be interested to hear from you, actually both about the methodology of research, but then also the ethics of this plumbing the depths of unknowability.
Maybe you want to start?
Okay. So I'll go first. Thank you for the question. Yeah, actually, I'm dealing with quite special case studies. I'm dealing with nunneries, and for some of them, they are still being enclosed now in Italy. And I like to first share one of my archival experience when I was in Italy in Prato. So I went to a still enclosed female community, Dominican community called San Vincenzo in Prato. And the progress there today, she moved all the way from Naples to Prato because she wanted to enter into a more enclosed and strict community. And that's something very, very surprising for me to know, because that's why that convent was established back in the 16th century. And that convent is really quite different because, first of all, it's still standing and it has its own archival documents stored within the monastery. Unlike Santa Caterina de Siena, where it was suppressed in the 19th century and the archival documents were moved to the State Archive in Florence. So archival research is definitely the most important part of my PhD. And it's very honored for me to have this chance to get into an enclosed nunnery, really like a privilege for female scholars, only because male scholars are not allowed to get into this enclosed communities. And even for me, I wasn't allowed to get into the archive, the real archive. I could only stay in the guest room, and she would then kindly help me to bring all those catalogs and archival documents to me, and I can only study them very quickly, like in 2 or 3 hours times, and then bring those photos back to Cambridge, and then I study them in detail. Yeah, that's about the methodological part, and in terms of those nunneries themselves, actually they were really understudied, not just in terms of this kind of modern scholarship, because they were being enclosed communities for so long, and even during the contemporary time. For example, when we look at Vasari's account, we can see that he also kind of had this kind of misunderstandings towards this kind of enclosed communities. But they are very important in so many different ways. For example, during the 16th century in Florence, 1 out of 30 people could be a nun or a friar. So that's quite a huge part of the population. And also, they had very close relationships with contemporary political and religious scenes, and because at the time there are a lot of religious reforms going on. And so we only had this kind of opportunity to really study them only after the 19th centuries, after they were suppressed and after they were demolished. And so the doors of some of these communities were opened up to the scholars. But the biggest challenge within my research is just that we don't have that much surviving visual materials like artworks, paintings. And also because those Dominican nuns were friars, they need to evolve for chastity, obedience, and humility. So most of the time, they wouldn't really sign on their works. So that's another issue about the attribution of works to them. So what we could do is to, based on this kind of historical context and details that were provided by those archival documents, and then to read the devotional writings that were read by those non-sapphires at the time, and then to go back to their visual productions to try to construct a possible relationship between the artworks and artists' identities, and also the contemporary historical and religious scene. Thank you.
Well, I was about to say it's quite the same about reconstructing the information and cross-referencing archives, and then question the sincerity of some archives as well, because what is true, what isn't true, what's the it's the actual ethics of the person writing, and what's yours, and all these questions do come alive in my research. But the question of cross-referencing the archives is very important, like correspondence, photographs, objects as well, works of art, all of this put together, and newspapers helps making sense, and also maybe interpreting some of the works as the lion pose to maybe suggest it was a resistance, but it's very much hypothetical and also quite experimental. And I'm drawing very much from animal studies as well as history of art to make sense of all of this. But the sincerity of archives is quite a problem between what was said by Rosa Bonheur, for example, and what was said by the people doing the biographies, because it's usually a hagiography, not a biography. So the question is always raised.
Can they sort of, just following on from that a little minute, is just when you're actually looking at the works themselves, does this unknowability inform the way that you are understanding the works? So that, for example, you were interested in the rapidity of the sketch. Are we so concerned with that idea of rapidity when we're not thinking about sketches of animals, for example? For example, with you, the question of the desire to know who, is this a nun? Is it a portrait? Is it an individual likeness? These kinds of questions that, because of the circumstances, the unknowability of your circumstances, that you're actually asking different questions of these drawings in relation to other life drawings. Would you say that's true?
I would say yes, because we do have another look, and I think as women also working on women, we already have another look. So I think yes, it does happen. It matters.
Yes.
This is for Ariane, actually. In the second half of the 19th century, taxidermists were trying to recreate animals in more lively poses and to make them more lifelike when they were dead, recreating the appearance of life. And I noticed that Rosa Bonheur went to enormous lengths to study live animals. I wonder if she ever took advantage of taxidermy specimens which were also had the appearance of being alive.
Actually, yes. So I didn't show pictures, but in her studio, which is still existing in France, near Paris, you have all the animals she had taxidermized by some of her naturalists still in her studio. So there were some of the animals she used as models. Some of them were the companions or just domestic animals. And they are still in place, and there is this question if she used them as models or not. And because of what you said and the fact that she was looking at live animals and taking in the movements and the very expression of them, this question is still unresolved, and I'm hoping to get some answers, but right now I can't answer that completely.
I'm actually curious, could you, from the drawings of Elizabeth and that, could you tell, if you didn't know, whether the drawing was made of live or dead animal, or all the other drawings? You know what, I'm just really, because you know the photograph you showed with the stag, you know, is there something in the drawing that sort of tells you that that animal is dead or alive? I don't know.
I'm going to be very honest, no. No, if you don't have the archives behind it, you don't know. I'm trying to have that sense of if it was alive or not, but we don't know. Actually, the deer I showed, she actually printed some of the photographs made, and she redrew on it and made the ropes disappear. So she herself hid the idea of the dead animal. So it's quite hard to say if it was alive or not, because she herself didn't want you to know.
I'm just wondering, because we take our students to the Ornament Museum, and again there's this sort of tradition of, you know, overstuffing animals in taxidermy, but I think those drawings, students again bring in their experience of live animals, and they do sort of have the liveliness. And so I'm just, yeah, it's quite interesting to think about this and how that goes across sort of modes of illustration as well as manuals.
It's a great question. That's also one of the questions I'm trying to answer, but maybe in a few years, maybe I have an answer.
I'm just thinking, listening to all of this, I do feel, you know, I remember when I did my PhD, if I'd had a practitioner then next to me, you know, I left sort of art history, went into art education, but if I'd had a painter next to me or a drawer next to me who'd just draw with me, the questions would be so different. And I think this dialogue between somebody looking through drawing and somebody who's then doing the archival research, bringing that together, I think is sort of, that would be my, you know, ideal.
Yeah, I agree.
I wonder whether you can go to the art school and grab something. So you need to do some research for me, yeah.
A question over here, and then I think that's going to be, unless anybody has a burning question, that will be our last question.
I have a notation to the last question. In life drawing, there you can observe in the 18th century that there are techniques to give the drawing a life of liveness. I don't know how to
liveness.
Tell it. So the lines are in a special way drawn that they are not so clear and hard, but with waves. So they seem to be more, have more life. And perhaps there are also in the 19th century, in this time, there are techniques to give the drawing, the animal, more life in the way of drawing. I don't know, but I know that it's, in the early modern times you can find it, and this could be an idea.
Oh, right. Okay. Is it okay to continue?
Yeah. Can I just say, if anybody is writing about life drawing and would like to draw it,
And there was, but I totally agree with you about the mark making, which you can actually use to bring life, and also lighting is really, really important in creating an impression of life like this. Yeah.
I just wanted to respond to what you said right at the beginning of your introduction, and just as we're all life drawing adjacent in this room, in our continuing practice, knowing that we discussed today, this deepening understanding of that model practitioners, the art room, the teacher, the research that's gone in, and the understanding we have now, to bring that in, as you were saying, you know, we could take on that to encourage more during the lifelong diversity in the models, better welfare. You know, it's all of it's the responsibility of the lifelong facilitator to make sure the model is the welfare that's a context priority. And I think there are so many very interesting and very, you know, lifelong needs to be constantly shifting and pushing, and you know, things are getting increasingly more great, I think. But you know, I think also what's great about that is, as students in the lifelong or even as models, instead of that muteness, as we've seen when we go back in art history, there's no name on the work, there's no name for the model. Like now, not only both students, but in the room, you see the models say, hey, do you need a break? You know, they can talk, we can talk, it's a discussion, we're having a discussion right now. So I just wanted to speak to that, and thanks.
Perhaps that is a good moment to stop.
We're just going to say a couple concluding, very brief.
So, yeah, thank you. We just want to say one more thank you to the research forum, to speakers, to moderators, especially to Maddie for helping with all of the tech today. All of you in the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to reiterate, I mean, this last conversation really illustrated this was sort of an experiment, and we weren't sure how it was going to go to bring many different people into a room together. And I hope that it's been generative, and it has certainly for us. And so thank you. And so there are artists in the audience who've been life drawing, some that we knew about and some we didn't know about throughout the day. And so if anyone who's been drawing wants to show their work up the front of the room and take a look, there's absolutely no pressure, but we just wanted to make that invitation because we thought the practice is happening, so we thought that was very exciting. And then just wanted to say there's a reception next door where we hope to continue the conversation for the next hour or so please do come along, and thank you again.